Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Studio City Neighborhood Council. This is our board meeting for February 15th. It is 7:09 p.m. We're calling this meeting to order. Jeff, please call the roll.
All right, Kim Clements,
Here.
Dean Cutler,
Here.
Fiona Duffy. Absent Randall Freed. Absent Ira Gold.
Here.
Jeff Hartwick is here. Julie Houlihan. Absent. I guess the meeting went too long last night. Scott Mandel.
Present.
Chip Meehan. I see him. Brandon
Yes,
Marino.
Here.
Richard Niederberg. Absent Ren Sorrow. Absent Adele Slaughter. Absent Alexa Steinberg. Absent Adam Summer.
He was here. Where is everybody tonight?
He dropped off, so we currently don't have quorum, just to let you know.
Hold on, he's in the attendee list. I'm promoting him. He hasn't appeared yet, so just hold on. There he is.
Adam Summer, are you here? Uh-oh.
I wonder if he's having internet trouble.
I can give him a call and see what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure he's trying to dial back in.
I'm sure too, but then we'll know.
Sorry, folks, bear with us. We can't really go on until one more board member comes back on. There's Adam.
Adam, are you there? Adam Summer. Present?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
Great.
present.
We have a quorum.
Great. Let's continue, and please keep an eye on the number of board members, please, in case someone drops off, so we don't continue without a quorum. So item 2, president's comments, announcements. I just have 3. I'll be brief. Announcement only. Barry Weiss is our budget chair. So we now have a fully functioning budget committee. You'll be hearing from Barry in the near future. Thank you, Barry. Announcement B, our outreach committee chair resigned. Terry Austin has agreed to be acting outreach committee chair until a permanent chair is appointed. Anyone interested in the position of chair or committee member for outreach, please contact me at smandel@studiocitync.org with a statement of interest. C, a reminder to those attending, during public comment, you may hear colorful language that some might find offensive. The SCNC has no ability to control or regulate the content of speech, as this is protected under the First Amendment. Board members are reminded not to cut off, interrupt, or otherwise engage with stakeholders during their allotted time. We'll go to item 3, secretary report, Abby Velasco. Abby's not here. She will be here shortly. Absent any objections to the minutes of the special board meeting from January 12th or the regular board meeting of January, the minutes are deemed approved. And as far as attendance and training compliance, I have nothing to say about that because Abby is not here. So we'll go on to the next item. 4, Jeff.
Yes, all of the motions from the last board meeting have been submitted to elected officials and their staff and uploaded to the council file with the exception of the Zoom motion. And that was because the language that is normally attached to motions, this motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to council file fill in the blank. That language was not part of the motion that we voted on. So I asked Adele if she wanted to, it unfortunately has to be sent back to committee, re-voted on and resubmitted to the board if it wants to be included as part of a CIS. So I haven't heard back from Adele on that. So that's the only thing that has not been submitted to electeds and uploaded because it's not ripe yet. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. On to item 5, Kim.
Okay, great, thank you. So I wanted to, we did have a chance as a budget committee to meet, which we meet so infrequently, but did recently. We have a number of things ahead of us in this agenda having to deal with their financial requests, funding requests. So wanted to bring you all up to speed because our budget is a bit tight this year, depending on a few things. The fiscal year ends the end of June. And if we could share the current budget, by the way, this is not a motion, this is just a presentation and discussion so that everybody on the board is aware of our current financial position and as well as stakeholders who may be seeking funding. If we can share, not that, that's the current budget. I'm sorry, can we do the remaining funds allocation? And who is the one sharing? Is that Chip doing that?
No, that's me, but where
Thank
is
you,
that?
Ira. That's the second one, remaining funds allocation.
Okay,
Second link there.
right there. This?
No, did something not, oh no. Okay, I did not check those links. Well, I can discuss this then.
I can if you shoot me a link real quick, I can share it.
Well, it would have been
Oh,
on
there
the-
he is. Scott.
Oh, great, Scott, you're a saver there. Thank you. Terrific. So the cash balance on, there's two we've got on the left there is the it's pretty fair pro forma of what's remaining. There, the possible is slightly less likely, but just an alternative to give a sense of what we may be looking at. The cash balance for both sides is 29,000. We have 29,000 currently remaining. And we have promised, but no payment has yet been made to, on the second line there, 5,000 to the SCBA, the Studio City Beautification Association. We as a board did approve that median project. We do anticipate paying that out in this fiscal year. We have 2 movie nights approved. We had one already in September. We had 2 additional approved. So that earmarks for that is 5,000 out of the 29,000. The first one, though, I do want to point out, came to about, I think it was about $1,600. Let me just double check this. No, around 1,800. So that the 2,500 is a little high for each one, but we do not yet know what we might run into and need. The election there at 8,000 has been up in the air as to how much, and we'll talk later on that, as to just how much will be spent. I think last year there have been numbers thrown around about 10, 11,000 for the last election. Mailings are very expensive, so it depends on whether that is something that we want to do. Could be as little as 4,000 or 5,000. I have gotten some input from Dunn, and I appreciate, thank you, Lorenzo, for getting back to me today. That is kind of a target, but all of this is in our hands as to what we decide. The rest there, we have meeting refreshments, and actually, I have to apologize. We have, no, it would be 4. Okay. Some of these things, all right, I did get the numbers right. I was overthinking this the other night, not looking at it. Pardon me, but they are, the numbers are correct with the 4 months for various things. These are all, of course, dependent on whether we vote later in the meeting for, not all these, but some of them, the minutes taker, tech assistants. Those are up in the air. The other things are kind of guesses. So anyways, if we follow this, there's a $2,900 remainder, which can be carried over, up to 10,000 can be carried over to the next fiscal year, which we've had the pleasure of this year and in prior years. 32,000 is the normal budget, which is very small to work with. Here we're running low with 42,000 is what we started out with this year. So the possible side there, I had moved the election budget of 8,000 is what we currently had budgeted for. But again, that's up in the air. I reduced it to 4,000 if we possibly were going to go that light. As well as I took away some things like the tech assistance for the meetings. However, in the original pro forma, I targeted 1,000, but we do think it may be more like 2,000. So hence was the reasoning for the cushion at the end there of the left side of the 3,000 cushion. But on this possible side, I removed it. If we're really squeezing our dollars and don't do any of that, 10,900 look like a remainder. I think fair would be somewhere in the middle of 5,000 or 6,000. So that is currently what we would end up with at the end of the year, just looking at these things here. But again, we'll see what happens, but I wanted to give people a fair perspective of what we have left and where the money is already promised, where it's going, just so that we're all aware and can make better decisions with our finances. I'm happy to answer any questions. That's just really all I wanted, was to let everybody know where things are sitting with, especially with what we have in front of us. I guess we open it up for.
Sure, thank you, Kim. We'll go to public comment first. And for this item, public comment will be 1 minute per person. If you'd like to make public comment on what you just saw and heard, please raise your hand. Puppet. Please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute once you start speaking.
Yeah, how come Brandon gave me 90 seconds on each item? It's because Scott's turning on you tonight. That's right, yes. And of course, we didn't have a vice president's report, did we? No. Why not? He's an officer. And he used to be the outreach chair until he was duped into accepting his own resignation. Fooled. Yes. Almost as good as what we did to Randall Fried Chicken. That's right. Yes, puppets are lurking everywhere. Lots of other board members apparently are trying to do their own puppet routine. But the master is here. I want free food, prostitutes, and gift cards and poker chips at each meeting. I second. That's right. Live meetings. We should have an annual meeting in Las Vegas at one of those hotels Jose Weezer introduced us
to conclude your comments.
Yeah.
Call on user 1. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir. Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Steve Hirsch. I just was curious about, I didn't quite catch when the end of your fiscal year is.
The end of June, June 30th.
Thank you very much.
Call on user 1. Go ahead, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, Scope Puppet asked about mentioned about the prostitutes. Will these be ADA compliant prostitutes? What type of feed? And also, Goat Puppet, what type of feed, organic feed, are you going to give to him? Also, you need to figure out the bribe money for this shithead Dunn, Lorenzo, on what he's going to scoop up, because he's a fat fuck and he's going to probably eat all the food. I think your budget was well thought out, not like Van Nuys where they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. So if you want to do stuff wrong, just check them out. I'm going to file a grievance against you, Madam Treasurer. You're just being too transparent, and Lorenzo is going to probably punish you and put you in exhaustive efforts and send over that Moreno guy and teach you a lesson. That's the only way to do it. So keep up the good work. You're going to get punished, because that's what Dunn does. Those fucking shit ass, no good, underused car salesmen. They produce nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands from the public. We'll now go back to the board. If anyone has any comments or questions on what Kim presented, please speak. Not seeing.
Scott, real quick, there's an
Yes.
email from Randy. Randy's apologizing. He's out of town. He can't make it tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess to talk a little bit about Kim's in the meeting. I think the only thing we kind of need to address is the efficacy of what we did last time with the elections, and we didn't really bring out the numbers that I would say constitute the mailers, if we're really being serious about the ratio. So I think we could. I mean, if there's a place to cut costs, I think the mailers, not of no consequence, but I don't think they're are worth the money and the effort. Unless we feel it's good to spread around the word of who we are and what we do with Studio City Neighborhood Council, because we don't need voters to have seen them to acknowledge, recognize, and know about its existence. So. Can you guys hear me?
So Kim, you want me to go to the next item?
Oh, can I bring up something that I didn't get a chance to before with attendance? I don't know when this would come up. When would, like, a non-agenda item? We'll have board comment on that later.
I'm sorry, what we're on the
I know, I'm just asking. I didn't know if I missed my chance to talk about attendance of board members.
I think we'll cover that at the end, right, Scott? You
yeah,
have,
that'll be good of the order. So you can bring that up later, because we're on a different agenda item now. We're talking about specific budgeting issues.
Yes, I know that. I was just
Yeah,
gonna
so
say
we're not gonna address attendance at the moment. Thanks. You have to stick to the items on the agenda. So Kim, if you're done with your first part,
yeah.
does any
and-
other
and-
board members have something? No? Okay.
Yeah, obviously, the election is a big question, and we'll be discussing that in further detail. So, yeah, item 5B, our usual housekeeping. Motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for January 2023. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff.
Am I showing the correct thing, Kim?
Yes, now we are. Thank you. This is just our
Point of
usual.
order. Point of order. This is the November. It says at the top. It's supposed to be for January.
Uh-oh. I didn't look this over. Believe we had the right, is it? Okay, well, very good. A good catch there, Brandon.
But
Gonna have to-
Luminaria happened later, right? So the dates, the date is probably correct?
Yeah,
Or
the,
so-
It should be, the reporting month should be January, so I must have picked up, apologies, guys, I must have picked up the wrong one. We will get it next meeting. Thank you, good pickup. there,
Hold on,
Brandon.
hold on. On the agenda, if you click on the link, it is actually the January MER. If you click on the 5B January 2023 hyperlink,
Oh,
it
good,
is the correct MER.
great.
So we can share that one directly from the agenda.
It's
So
pretty
I-
standard. We don't generally put a screen share for it anyways, but if people feel so inclined to share it here, that's fine. There's nothing to discuss, though. It's our regular housekeeping. Viewable for all.
So then that's probably my operator error. Sorry, I gotta figure out what's going on.
Great. No problem.
Okay, well, I think let's try to share, it since we shared the wrong one, let's try to share the right one.
Okay.
I'm gonna, hang on. Ira, unless you have it, I'll go to my screen share.
I'm going on, but to save time, you should probably just do it.
And thank you for doing the screen share, guys. I'm less technically inclined
Hold on.
to speak and do such.
Kim, it'll all be flip chart soon.
Okay. Everybody see the January one?
Yes.
Okay. So Kim, did you want to just explain it really fast and I'll scroll down? We'll go to public comment and then.
Sure, since a lot of people probably, it's just leave it there for a second. The one thing to note is at the top there, right under the very middle of the top section has remaining balance $29,337.86. The commitments I had sort of earmarked, you have to go into the system and actually pretend as though you're requesting a payment and then just save it. So I had earmarked 5,000 for SCBA and 5,000 for the movies. I don't do it for every item, but that is where why their net available says 19,000 there. Other things, of course, are up in the air, but they were big chunks that I at least wanted to make sure that it didn't appear that we had a ton of funds, which we have, and we have less. So that explains that portion there. And then the rest, you can see the cash flow analysis breakdown of what current budgets, and then what we have outlaid, what we have outlaid and what is also outstanding. Perhaps this may even have a section of checks that went out but were not yet cashed, so that are outstanding. So that is what all of this explains. And it is available on our portal for all to see. If they went to the LA City Clerk, I think our dashboard for Studio City, this stuff is available to see.
All right, thanks, Kim. Public comment on the MER you just saw and heard discussed. Caller user 1, go ahead, please.
Once again, Kim, you try your best, but Dunn does not give you the support. Why is that? Because there are a bunch of shitheads over there, especially Lorenzo. You know he weighs more than me? I might be fat, but he's obese. That's not good. So you should have a budget in there for Weight Watchers for him. So when he tries to eat all your food, you could defend yourself. So that's pretty much it. I like your budgeting, but you still need to put the fat Lorenzo budget in there, because and also he'll lie to you too, and maybe give you a good beat down, because that's how Lorenzo rolls. He doesn't care. He thinks of government immunity. That's all he cares about. He's a union punk. That's all he is. Anytime there's a problem, call my union. Give me money. Call my union. Thank you.
Puppet, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes. And imagine if Brandon wasn't watching, what would have happened? Yes, he would have voted on the budget, and then a cure and correct letter would have went out, eviscerating the whole thing. But there's Brandon checking everything out, doing all the good work, and getting paid absolutely nothing. And now all of you are going to have to be taking your shots now. What do you mean? Well, the Department of Neighborhood Psychosis says that all of you are city employees and you must be vaccinated or you can't hold meetings. Isn't that amazing? What do we vaccinate? Dogs. Right. Now you're dogs. Woof, 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 woof. Where is it in your budget? If you want a religious exemption, you have to get one. Did you know that Goat Puppet has a religious exemption? And got it in the end of December after he consulted 2 lawyers. That's right. And I would
Thank you
share
so
it
much,
with you,
Speaker.
but you
Good
won't let me screen share, you cocksuckers. You could show him the letter. He won't let.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, public
Randy
comment
would.
is now closed on this. Back to the board. Any comments, or are we just, can we go to a vote?
Yeah, by the way, Kim, sorry, that was all the screen sharing issues were my fault, not yours.
No, I'm
Sorry.
impressed you had them somewhere to even pull up, so.
I had the wrong one. I had the wrong, I'm not even gonna go into it. My bad.
Thank you.
You're all good.
I accept your apology this time.
Okay, so let's go to,
All right, let's go to the vote. This is on motion 5B, approval of the monthly expenditure report for January 2023. Kim Clements,
Yes,
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy is absent. Randall Freed, absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick, yes. Julie Houlihan, absent. Scott Mandel,
yes,
Chip Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg is absent. Ren Sorrow is absent. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent. Abigail Velasco, absent. Motion passes.
great. Thanks, everybody. Moving on, item 6, Brandon.
Hi, how are you? We don't have ex parte communications required in this meeting, but I'll just talk about it. On Monday, I contacted Andrea Conant, and I know Emma Taylor's here. If I mispronounced her last name, I apologize. Regarding the move to 13103 Ventura Boulevard, which is basically the corner of Ventura and Ethel. It's not a done deal yet. They still have a ways to go. They have until April 11th to get it all signed and sealed. But the interesting thing about this is the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council has the option of having live meetings at the CD4 offices. Obviously, this was before the pandemic. And during the meeting this past week, Lindsay Imber, their president, mentioned that again. So thought it might be a good idea to bring it to their attention. There's still a lot going on with the deal, but it's going to be suites 100 and 205, first floor and second floor. There's plenty of room, and it's right there on Ventura Boulevard. So definitely the possibility of committee meetings happening over there. But again, very early in the stages. I know Emma Taylor's here. Andrea said that she's the point person on this. So any future discussions regarding whether or not we would be able to have committee meetings goes through Emma Taylor from this point forward. But again, it was just an email send out early on. Just put the word out there, see if it sticks. You never know unless you ask. One more thing, I was looking into the Mar Vista NC meeting before this one, and I'm sure Lorenzo's going to talk about it. There is a very real possibility that in-person meetings won't begin until April. Somehow, some way, they're going to delay it a month because we're having so many problems, and so many neighborhood councils currently don't have live venues to have their in-person meetings. Again, the details were a little sketchy. According to the NEA at Mar Vista, there's going to be an email going out sometime today or tomorrow. Again, I'm sorry to, steal Lorenzo's thunder, but I'm sure he'll talk about it. And there's also a rumor going around. I heard this at Mid-City NC and another NC the week prior that somehow the city attorney is going to try to find a way to circumvent the Brown Act. I don't know how she's going to do it because it's a state law and state supersedes local, but our city attorney used to be the vice president of PICO NC and used to be the co-chair of the land use committee over there. So she's well initiated with the NC system, being one of us before she ran for city attorney. So if there's any possibility that she can somehow help us, I'm sure she will. Outside of that, I have nothing more to add. I yield the floor.
Thank you. On to item 7, announcements by government representatives. Lorenzo, what do you have for us?
Yes, good evening, Scott. Good evening, board members. Good evening, stakeholders, all stakeholders. Glad to be here. Thank you. So yeah, just to echo on what Brandon had mentioned. So the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners is going to have an agenda item on their agenda for February 21st, as well as February 27th, to take action on AB 61 to state findings to allow the continuance of virtual meetings through March 29th. They'll go ahead and be able to do that. Meanwhile, the declaration is still in place. As you all may know, the declaration will be lifted on the 28th. So therefore, action would have to be taken prior to February 28th. So both of those agenda will have that item on the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners agenda for any board member who would like to attend and provide comment on that. So once the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners takes action, they'll take action on behalf of all neighborhood councils, and that would allow the neighborhood councils to continue meeting under the guidelines of AB 361. So that would be up until March 29th. And after that, then in-person meetings will start in April or March 30th. So that's something to pay attention to. And secondly, the department will be holding in-person info sessions on February 23rd, as well as Saturday, February 25th, just to provide neighborhood council board members with information and to answer questions that have been asked by several neighborhood council board members as it relates to returning back to in-person meetings. So those are 2 sessions that I highly recommend that board members register for. I will follow up right now with an email to the board with that link for anyone who is interested in registering. That information will be included in that email. And lastly, we have the city clerk's funding division offering funding trainings for funding workshops, as well as NC funding program and system portal trainings. The funding workshops are for Thursday, February 23rd, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And the funding program and system portal training will be held February 28th at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mr. President, that concludes my announcements, but I'll be on for the duration of the meeting in case there are other questions.
So thanks, Lorenzo. If you could stick around, if any board members have a question or comment for what Lorenzo just said, please chime in right now. Actually, let's just go to the public first. Lorenzo, if you have a moment, we'll give a minute. Call in user 1. Go ahead, please.
Moreno, I'm going to be emailing you SB 411 regarding this asshole on the line that won't mention it. So at least you have you know what this asshole and his the boss wants, Raquel, basically doing a carve out, and they think because they're neighborhood council advocates or shitheads, as I call them, or parasites. There are several advocacy groups, First Amendment and so forth. There's going to be a humongous pushback. Carve outs for Brown Act stuff is not welcomed. But this asshole doesn't care. He's just a fat fuck that's a bureaucratic union piece of shit. Don't ever forget that asshole.
Barry, go ahead. Zero 018, Barry, please unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah. I actually raised my hand for number 6 and you never called on anybody. So I'm going to say it now. We have always held our meetings in a central part of Studio City. Ethel and Ventura is not central. It is right on the border with Sherman Oaks. So, and we also exist in 2 council districts. So I think if you look at a map of Studio City, Ventura and Laurel is pretty much near the center. And I think we need to continue that. Thank you.
Anyone from the board have any comments or questions for Lorenzo while we're still on this item? Or clarification? So Lorenzo, just to confirm what you said, for the bonk meeting at the end of the month, that's when bonk as the legislative body will say the words as per the city attorney, and then we meet virtually in March, or it will be decided then that we meet virtually in March, or is this a certainty?
Assuming that the commission takes action to approve the ruling and the findings for AB 361 to allow the continuance of the virtual meetings, then the neighborhood councils will meet virtually in March. In the event that the commission decides that they do not want to take or approve that action to continue the virtual meetings to March 29th, then it'll be in-person meetings come March 1st.
So we're not going to know until that meeting for sure.
Correct, yes. So this is why I highly recommend that board members, attend the meeting and provide comment if they wish to. So the first meeting would be on the 21st, and the second would be on the 27th. It's my opinion that the commission will approve the continuance of virtual meetings, because that's what's been happening since the beginning of the pandemic and since we went virtual. But I can't say with certainty that they will vote for it. But again, that's what they've been voting on. So I think they'll be more inclined to vote yes on it to allow the neighborhood councils to meet virtually in March.
And that's only a 1-month extension, because I guess in February, they can still say per the governor's emergency order, but they can't say in the month of March.
That is correct. They can only take action while the declare emergency is in place. Once it's lifted, then there's no further action that can be taken as it relates to that.
And when they decide on the 21st or the 27th, they would most likely vote on the 27th to capture the full 30 days of the following month and do it the day before the end of February.
And that is correct, because there are some neighborhood councils that meet later in the month. So this would cover those NCs as well.
And then for March, when we are able to go virtual, is virtual mandatory, or do we have an option to go in person? I'm just trying to cover all this before the end of this month is coming very quickly. I just want to know the options. When you say we can have virtual, continue virtual in March, is that we will continue virtual in March, or some neighborhood councils, including this one, would have the option, if we were to vote as such, to go to in person?
Right. Now, thank you for the question, Scott. If the commission votes to approve this, then everything will remain as is. All neighborhood councils will be virtual. There'll be no in-person meetings come March 1st.
Thank you.
Or before March 28th, rather.
Thank you for that clarification, because we're preparing for in-person until we hear otherwise. So now I see some other board members have their hands up. Brandon?
Yeah, I hate to put you on the spot, Lorenzo, but you're one of the better NEAs, so maybe you might have the answer. What took done so long? Everyone knew that the emergency orders were going to be sunsetting sometime in the early part of 2023. Can you kind of shed some light as to why Dunn didn't start taking action sometime in the middle of last year to prepare for such a thing? Or maybe you just don't know. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. It might be a need to know thing, but.
Right. No, and thank you for the question, Brandon, but I'm a little unclear. You mean in terms of what we're discussing right now in terms of having the commission?
In terms of what's happening right now, it seems like Dunn is in a rush to get things done, and this whole process really should have began sometime in September or August of last year, knowing that sometime in 2023 we'd be meeting in person again. So, giving us a little more of a runway to prepare for in-person meetings again instead of rushing into it. Again, I don't know if you know the answer to that. It might just be Raquel Beltran knowing the answer. I have no clue, but I just had to pose the question to you.
Right. No, and again, thank you for that. And I'll just go ahead and speak on what I do know as it relates to this. This was actually news to me and to leadership in the department in terms of having the commission, in terms of the commission being able to take action to continue virtual meetings through March. We learned this through the council president's office. So that's how we became apprised of that. And that's why we're conveying that or discussing it now. And the department's going to send out a message this evening or later tonight as it relates to that. And as far as just not preparing sooner for return to in person, the department has just been monitoring the everything that's happening. Everything's happening. We have SB 411 coming in. We had so many other things happening that the department was trying to keep track of everything. And with so many things changing, it was just a little difficult to it was just a little too difficult to write down everything and have rules in place for returning to in person when we weren't really sure of what exactly was going to happen. Because as I said, things were just constantly changing. But Brandon, I can ask leadership for a more cleared answer and bring that back to the board. But that's what I can offer this evening.
Kim, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, for people who cannot attend that meeting, is there an email address that people can voice their opinion on, in person or virtual?
For the commission meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, those meetings will be virtual. So once the agenda's out, that it would have all the Zoom link information. But I'll go ahead and I'll send that to you ahead of time. Kim, I'll send that to the board so that you guys can have it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, we often, if people are unable to attend a meeting, even virtually, they've emailed us with their opinions on an agenda item or whatnot. So I was wondering if there was an email address perhaps you knew and might share.
Sure, I'll go ahead and I'll send that in a bit.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Chip, go ahead.
Thank you. So Lorenzo, this is one size fits all, correct? So there's not the option for a given neighborhood council to make a decision. Every neighborhood council has to go uniformly with whatever the decision is.
Correct. Yes. Yes, that's correct. As it relates to the declared emergency. So yeah, just keep it short. That's what it is. So meanwhile, the commission votes to approve that, then everything will remain in place as we've been doing for the past 2.5 years, just all virtual meetings.
Okay, well, thank you for that update, and we'll be tuning in on the 21st and or the 27th to find out what happens. And then we'll have plenty of more questions for the in-person by the time we get to that point. Thank you, Lorenzo.
No problem. You're welcome. Welcome, board members.
7B, LA Sanitation TOC. We have a presentation of the upcoming North Outfall Sewer NOS Unit 30 repair. This project will rehabilitate the city's NOS sewer line in phases and will take place on Woodbridge from Radford to Whitsett. The first phase of work is located at the intersection of Woodbridge and Radford and is expected to begin in mid-February of 2023. Now I'll turn this over to our two representatives from sanitation, and you have screen sharing ability, or you should, so take it away.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having us back. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm Allison Arnold. I'm the LA Sanitation Community Outreach Liaison for this upcoming NOS Unit 30 project. And we did have the opportunity to present the overall project to the council about a year ago. We did the full briefing at that time. So today, just because we know that your time's very limited, you have a lot to cover, Berenice is going to run through a quick 5-minute refresher briefing on the project, just to get everyone back up to speed and to fill you in on some details that we may not have had the last time we were here. If there is anybody who wants to know more about the project or wants to dive a little bit more deeply into anything we touch on today, my email is going to be listed at the very end of the presentation, so feel free to reach out to me and I can get you some answers. Berenice, take it away.
Thank you, Allison. So good evening, everyone. I will be doing a quick overview of the NOS Unit 30 rehab project. I am one of the construction engineers with the Bureau of Engineering, and this project will clean and rehab the sewer that runs along Woodbridge Street between Radford Studios and Whitsett Avenue. The rehabbing of this sewer will address the deterioration of the sewer line that will help prevent future sinkhole sewer issues as well as possible failures. The work on the NOS sewer will be done through a slip lining method, which is basically inserting a smaller pipe into the host pipe. And this project, we will also install a new 8-inch local sewer alongside the NOS line that will connect to that sewer. So as I previously mentioned, this project runs along Woodbridge from Radford Studios to Whitsett, and along Woodbridge Street, there will be 4 pit areas. So we can access the main sewer and rehab it through the slip lining method. The 4 pit areas will be open in phases, and as each phase is open, there will be long-term traffic control at each pit. There will also be short-term traffic control at the intersections of Woodbridge Street and Laurel Canyon Boulevard, as well as Woodbridge Street and Radford Avenue. And this short-term traffic control will only be in place from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And outside those hours, traffic will be open. There will also be a temporary no parking signs installed as the work is progressed. You may see trucks, large equipment, and workers. The noise, dust, and vibration, there will be noise, dust, and vibration associated with this work. And we will try to mitigate as much as possible so there's not a lot of, there's not a lot of conflict with the residents. And the sewer there will be, the sewer will continue to function during the construction. So mobilization is planned to begin this month. 2 weeks ago, the contractor began with installing trailers, and the construction will begin next month, and it will run from March 2023 to March 2025. Pit area number 1 will be from April 2023 to June 2023, and pit area number 2 will be open from March 2023 through October 2023. Regarding pit number 3 and number 4, since they're so far ahead, we will come back and further discuss that timeline. Regarding the traffic impact around pit area number 1, since this pit will be located inside the Radford Studios parking property, there will not be much conflict with residents, since most of the studio trailers will remain parked inside, with the possibility of a few parked along Radford Avenue. Around pit area number 2, it's estimated to last 93 days, and there will be a long-term work area, which means full closure within the striped box here. So pit area the red box is just the size of that pit area. And we will make sure to maintain access to all the driveways as well as the alleys. The contractor has proposed a laydown area, and it has been approved. So we do have a permit for a trailer area that's 24 feet by 178 feet. And this area will just be used for field offices for the engineers, inspectors, and contractors. If you want to hear more about this project, we will be hosting a community pop-up kiosk tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. over at Woodbridge and Radford. And if you have any questions or concerns, please contact Allison Arnold, our community liaison. And if you would like to join the email list for future project updates, please email Allison. Now, open
Thank
to
you
questions.
so much. Thanks, Bernice. Appreciate that. And we hope some of you feel free to share the word with anybody who might not have been able to make the meeting tonight. If anybody wants to drop by our pop-up tomorrow, again, 4 to 5:30 at the intersection of Woodbridge and Radford. We'll be there. Come meet the team.
Great. If you can stop sharing, we're going to see if anyone from the public has a question for you. Call in user 1. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Very good presentation, concise. I applaud you. I'm shocked that you work for the city of Los Angeles. Normally they have to be liars like that guy from Dunn, but you were very straightforward and exact. I appreciate it. And also, Brandon, did you get my email about SB 411? Thank you.
Anybody else from the public have a comment on the presentation we just saw about the sewer construction? Not seeing any more hands. How about the board? Anybody live near this project? Anyone have a specific question? Or, I mean, I think the presentation was pretty clear and concise. And we'll link to this on our webpage, and we'll also get the word out for your pop-up. So
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We hope everything proceeds on schedule.
We appreciate it. We'll be back in touch in advance of the second half of the project to do a little presentation refresher at that time.
Great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. On to item 7C for the government representatives in attendance. I see Denise. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Denise Schall. I am the new field deputy for Studio City for CD2. And I just wanted to introduce myself to you all tonight. I really don't have much to report, just a couple announcements. We just announced that we're having again this summer our Youth Leadership Academy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but every summer for around 2 weeks, we do it's like a lesson for high school kids. I think maybe 8th grade up, but primarily high school kids, giving them an opportunity to really participate in what city government is and community projects and learn all the different departments. If anyone's interested, we have it all posted on our website. You can always reach out to me. The other announcement I have is that LAPD is having a catalytic converter etching event on March 11th, which is free and a great thing to do. I hear that that's a great way of catching the thieves that are stealing these things. So unless somebody has a question for me, that was really all I have.
So the catalytic converter, that's on our website. It's on our calendar. I actually signed up, and I recommend everybody else sign up. It's an Eventbrite, so you can pick your time at the location and you fill in your car's license plate, the make and model and such, and you get a reservation for a specific time to attend. And we'll keep pushing this and promoting this because of the catalytic converter. If you can stay on for a minute, let's let Emma speak, and then we'll go to the public comment, because some of the comments overlap the 2 council districts. So I think it's better if you have a moment to stay on. So Emma, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Emma Taylor, District Director for Councilwoman Nithya Rahman. I am filling in until we have a permanent field deputy for Studio City. So I get to do my fun job and then also get to hang out with Studio City folks, and I'm really excited about it. So if you need anything, just make sure you can email me. Don't worry if you accidentally email George. He's still around. He's at CD1 now. getting to be the field deputy for the area that he lives in, which is, we're really excited for him. So just a few things I just wanted to comment on. The first one is that our office is really happy to be supporting Northeast Trees and the Studio City Beautification Association with $5,000 for this project to improve the area along the LA River from Whitsett to Coldwater. And I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that our office was also putting in $5,000. I also just wanted to let you all know that I saw the note from the Transportation Committee about supporting a left turn light at Moore Park and Coldwater. I've also gotten a couple emails from constituents not associated with the Neighborhood Council about this. So I'm checking in both with LADOT and our Transportation Deputy Mehmet, who some of you know, to see where this project is, if there's funding for design and construction yet. I also wanted to let you all know we're still doing a lot of kind of postmortems from the mudslides due to the rains at the beginning of January. On Saturday this weekend, the councilwoman, one of our legislative deputies, and I actually went out to Fredonia in Studio City, where there was probably the worst mudslide from the rains in January, to kind of see up close what damage had been caused. The councilwoman had been out there before, but it was really good, and we had a lot of very productive conversations with the constituents about how we can work on legislation, both with building and safety and the emergency management department, to make sure that the hillsides are really prepared for the rainy season. And if we can prevent any future mudslides, that is really one of the big things that we want to be able to do. So we're excited looking at kind of emergency management stuff around what happened with the storms and how we can be better prepared in the future. I also just wanted to give a plug. Our office has gotten a ton of calls about SoCal Gas's increases in January. I know that they've really been hurting a lot of people. I was able to have a briefing with them. I got information that the gas prices are expected to decrease about 68% by February. But I also wanted to let you know that the City Council is looking into how best to provide financial assistance for city residents who are really struggling. We've heard from a lot of seniors who are really having issues paying their bills. We also learned from SoCal Gas that they have a level pay program, which can basically spread out high costs over the course of a year. Lastly, I really just wanted to let you all know we have been having a lot of issues throughout the entire city with short-term rentals. And so the councilwoman, also with Councilwoman Katie Yaroslavsky, wrote a letter last week to the city attorney's office, departments of building and safety, housing, planning, and LAPD to let them know that the consequences of insufficient enforcement of the home sharing ordinance are really significant. We've seen a lot of public safety issues, multiple incidents of violence, including in Studio City at short-term rentals. And this is something that can't happen anymore. So most recently, the council asked for reports on improving enforcement in April 2020 and January 2020, but those reports have not been provided back. So this formal letter was sent requesting that these departments provide reports with clear and vigorous recommendations and next steps for how we really increase the enforcement behind the home sharing ordinance, because right now what we have is not working. So also, I just wanted to let you know I'm following up with with our forestry department about tree trimming requests on Ventura. I saw that in your agenda, just wanted to mention that. And finally, I just wanted to thank Studio City and First Christian Church of North Hollywood for partnering with our office to host the homeless count in Studio City on January 24th. And shout out to Jeff and Scott for coming and being great volunteers. Our office was able to provide pizza and coffee, and we had a great time speaking with constituents about homelessness in Studio City. And our office is excited to probably be taking over hosting duties of that for future years. So we're excited to continually partner with Studio City on this. That is, I think, it for me. Yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you for that update. We'll go to public comment. We have 2 hands raised, and let's let both people speak. And if there is a question or something you'd like to address, we can do that after public comment is closed. Puppet, you have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Now we can ask again for the 20th time. 5027 Havenhurst. We have a pretty fence that was mowed down by homeless criminals, and we would like to get it fixed. And also, when are you going to get the homeless out of the underpass on White Oak Boulevard and the 101? You don't seem to like us very much in Encino. Are you bailing out over to Scott to move your headquarters over to Studio City, I heard? Well, that's 3 questions. Yes. Brandon taught me how to get that extra question in sneakily like that. Yes, 3 questions. And everybody, you're playing the drinking game with Scott. Tonight's word is Brandon. Thank you.
Call in user 1. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam, you need to thank a deputy city attorney. Why? I'm not going to mention the young lady's name from the city attorney's office. She had to clean up all your fuck-ups of my Public Records Act requests because they saw a copy of my unfiled lawsuit because some of your members don't follow through. And they cleaned it all up. And I thank them to do that. Your office doesn't receive any of my mail, even though it's signed for. They always say, send it again, send it again. I think waiting sometimes 45 or 50 days is not sufficient. I send it by accountable mail where someone has to sign for it. I don't generally like doing email and certain stuff, but you need to thank the city attorney's office because you guys just don't respond or give a shit. You made it very, one of your predecessor staff director told me, you guys won't help me because I'm a Republican conservative. So that's fine. But this person told me anytime I have anything to send it to her and she'll respond accordingly. And she's been very honest about it.
Thank you very much, caller.
So before we go to the board, if Emma or Denise, you have any response? If not, we can go to the board members.
I just wanted to let Goat Puppet know that I'm checking in with our homelessness team on, I don't believe there is an encampment under White Oak and 101, but I may be mistaken. I was just out there last week. But I will check on that. And I also just sent them the Havenhurst location. So our outreach teams are regularly going to Encino. So just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you, nice lady.
Brandon, go ahead.
A couple things really quick. Calling you is the one I did get your email, but I did not read it because per the Brown Act, I would have to read it aloud. But I will get to it after the meeting. And also, Denise, welcome to Studio City. That's all I have to say.
Kim?
Thank you. Thank you, Denise and Emma. And Emma, that was a wealth of information. I thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I was curious, since you were out and surveying these hillsides and some of the issues we had, I travel over Coldwater, and during the rains, it was incredibly treacherous. And I had one ride that was the white knuckler, really, because the roads were so full of rocks and running brown. And even if you go through today, there's a lot of pop outs, and I was really expecting a major slide there. I was very concerned driving through. I'm just curious, since you said that, and you seem to be a wealth of knowledge on this stuff. I'm just curious what they are doing to make sure that, I wondered if they can actually gauge, and if they are looking and making sure that things are as safe as possible, is one question. The second was, if you have any numbers on the homeless in Studio City, and a total, since we're in two council districts. I'm curious, you may know the numbers for your own area there rather than, what Nithya is looking at versus Krikorian, but total numbers would be great.
Thanks, Kim. So I don't have any of the numbers from the homelessness count yet. But when those come out, we will certainly be sharing them. Those will be shared with the community. And if I get any preliminary numbers, I'll let you know. Also on the hillsides, I think a lot of the things that we've been talking with departments about is just trying to get a full understanding of what sort of preparation they do. I think one of the things that we're looking into, making sure all the storm drains are always cleared out in preparation for when it becomes, when the rainy season gets here. That's one of the things that we've been working with street services about, specifically making sure obstructions like possible tree limbs that could come down are being addressed. We've been working throughout since January, since really the rains, really actively with UFD on potential trees that look like they might come down on utility poles or on into streets, different things like that we've been working on. We also have been addressing with DOT some of the streets that are just really in need of repair, or working both with DOT and BSS on street repair and making sure that we had a lot of streets that were damaged due to the rains. So trying to see which ones really need support. We've gotten geotech out throughout the entire hills. I've been explaining to everyone, I have a spreadsheet of all of the storm incidents in our district, and there were about 48 of them that run from debris to down trees to mudslides. So we've been dealing with a lot of these incidents in the last month, and just kind of going over with each of the departments what they need more of and how they can be better prepared. I think one of the things we feel really good about is making sure that they're on a system to clean out storm drains way in advance of the rainy season, because that's really where we see a lot of flooding, and that causes a lot of the mudslide issues. Especially we want to prioritize it in the hillsides where there is flooding and mudslides. So I'll keep you updated as we find out more.
Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi Denise and Emma. I know today there's a very important motion on the city council calendar. It was a 4118 motion by council member Krikorian to designate special enforcement zones for the underpasses at Tahunga and the 134. I'm sorry, and the 101, Vineland 134, Riverside Drive and the 134, Weddington Park, north and south, and also the Orange Line, Red Line Station. And I have to say, I've gotten a lot of communications from stakeholders who are concerned about public safety issues there, arson and fires in those areas, open drug use that's been going on for quite some time. And I applaud Council Member Krikorian for actually designating these special enforcement zones, so law enforcement has a little bit of a tool to deal with the service resistant. So my question, I guess, would be, A, do you have any updates on whether the motion passed? And B, I assume Council Member Krikorian voted for his own motion, but I'm very curious to know as to how Council Member Rahman voted, because it's not really her part of Studio City, but it is part of Studio City. And the board here for the Neighborhood Council has supported many 4118 designations over the past 2 years. And yet Councilmember Rahman has opposed them every time. So if you could give me an update as to how the different council members have voted and the rationales behind their votes. Thank you.
So I apologize for not bringing that up. Yes, it was heard today. It was a 9-4 vote, so it did not pass. It'll have to go back for a majority vote. And Councilmember Krikorian obviously voted for it.
Yeah, so there were, this is Emma. there were 4 people, 4 council members in opposition, and Councilmember Rahman was one of them. And I think this goes back to a lot of things that she has spoken, I think, directly with the board about, but I'll speak again to stakeholders about. You know, one of the things that she really feels strongly about is whether we're actually able to enforce 4118. And, you know, what we have heard from other council offices throughout the city is that when signs go up, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is enforcement there, or that it really leads to the disappearance of encampments. What our office has found, and we have been doing throughout our district, is really focusing on intensive care-focused outreach at encampments, and making sure that those are coupled with beds, and doing that extremely hard work. And this is, you know, what we've seen is very effective. We have worked with law enforcement in different areas of our city, where in our district where 4118 is in effect, like near schools and in parks throughout our district. But we have even seen in those situations, you know, someone may just move 500 feet down the street. And so we haven't seen it to be really effective at getting people off the streets. Whereas we've seen focusing our time and our energy really on connecting people with those services and outreach workers, that our office uses our discretionary funding to pay for both an outreach team in the San Fernando Valley and in the Basin. We've found that to be really successful within our district. And so this is really, you know, Councilmember Rahman also wants to get people off the streets. It's really about tactics at this point. So, you know, I'd be happy to discuss it more offline, Jeff.
Yeah, I'd like to take you up on that, because I think the police do need an arrow in their quiver, so to speak, to deal with the service resistant. And, you know, outreach doesn't work all the time. And there are certain troublesome areas that are constantly troublesome, especially under underpasses. And, you know, I don't believe that every 4118 special enforcement zone doesn't work. I find that hard to believe. If you can show me stats offline as to that effect, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a question for Denise. On the council file, it said, I mean, I know you said it was a 9-4 vote. It says council adopted items subject to reconsideration pursuant to council rule 51. So if it was 9-4, who wasn't there? And will it be coming up for a vote again?
It'll be coming up for a vote again. I don't know who wasn't there.
And you have to have 10.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you need one more vote.
So they needed one more vote today. But when they vote on it again, it just needs to be majority.
Just a majority. So it needed 10 today to go forward today.
Today.
But 9-4, next time it comes up, it goes forward.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Any other members from the board? I think well, thank you both for the very informative update and for answering all our questions. And we'll see you next month virtually again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay. We're on to item 8, public comment on non-agenda items within the neighborhood council's jurisdiction. For this item, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds per speaker. Puppet, go ahead.
Yes. See, when Nithias people are here, they give you good service. But what about the other 29, 30 days of the month? What happens, people? Oh, we call and call. Yes. Yes, that's the problem here. Goat Puppet just wants his little fence fixed in Encino and the homeless criminals out of his underpass at White Oak. It will settle him down. Yes. And of course, you know about our outreach problem. We don't have a chairman of our fucking outreach. Why? Why? And why did Scott allow it to happen? You have to intervene, Scott. These people are your little sheep. You have to be the sheep herder instead of letting them step it in. Well, there you go, people. Yes. 90 seconds of fucking public fucking comment. And how many speakers do we have tonight? 90? Nope. 70? No. So how many? Like 3 or 4 or maybe 2. And of course, she wouldn't tell you that our new councilwoman, Eunices Hernandez, absent 2 meetings in a row and last week having COVID. Yes, already getting sick on the job. And why? Because Go Puppet is all over CD1 with 79 requests for services in this month of February. Let's give Go Puppet a hand. It's a new record. Yay.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
That's right, 79.
Thank you.
I'm cleaning it up myself.
Calling Mr. One, go ahead, please.
Well, Brandon Moreno, you amaze me. Like a 1 foot piece of shit. That's how much you amaze me. I cannot find any authority or citation, and if Mr. Nuremberg or Richard Nuremberg would like to provide me citation, that you would have to read it out in public. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never, ever, and I've litigated the Brown Act. I would really appreciate the citation that you're quoting from. Or is that just a fuck you? See, when you ask for something, even though I think you're a piece of shit, I provided it for you to make sure you had it. Not like the Dunn representative that likes to shit all over everybody and doesn't care. Did you notice how he spoke? Wow, you guys asked some questions he did not want to answer. And you know what? None of it's going to be in writing, because that means he's not responsible. That's why he's an obese motherfucker, not responsible. And I'm fat. I admit I'm fat. So I'd really like to know what the citation you're quoting from, where someone's saying you during a meeting, it has to be disclosed and read out. I'd really like that. That'd be kind of nice. But you know what? You're going to cry like a little wuss, like a little cunt, and saying, I want workplace failing order because you hurt my feelings. I'm going to quit. Fuck all of you.
Thank you very
I will
much,
provide.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Barry, go ahead. You have a minute and a half.
Hi, many of you may have seen some banners in Toluca Lake celebrating their centennial this year. And I just wanted to bring up that we're 4 years away from Studio City Centennial. And if you Google us, Studio City actually began with Mac Sennett building the studio in 1927, which is now called the Radford Studio Center. I believe they will want to celebrate this anniversary in 4 years. And just as an example, 13 years ago, they collaborated with our neighborhood council for a huge event there for the 75th anniversary of Republic Studios, which was one of the various studios that have operated the lot over the years. And they were responsible for a whole bunch of B Westerns that were quite famous in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So, and I hear they're bringing back the annual fireworks for July 4th. So keep that in mind. It's only 4 years away. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Not seeing any more hands. We are finished with public comment on non-agenda items. We're now going to item 9, Budget Committee. Kim and Barry. I don't see Barry Weiss.
What about board comment on non-agenda items?
No, that's good of the order at the end of the agenda.
I know, but we never get to that.
Yeah, but let's allow it.
I don't have the security settings available. If one of the co-hosts wants to click security and prevent attendees from unmuting themselves, if they can please click that. And now we'll go to Kim for the Budget Committee.
Thank you. Yeah, Barry Weiss, some of you, I'd just like to take a minute to talk about Barry. I got to enjoy his company at the Budget Committee meeting, and he was sharp. Apparently he was on the Budget Committee, I know he was when I first joined, so it was a couple of years ago, and he had been appointed chair, and unfortunately the first meeting that we had of the new board, he had a matter to tend to and stepped down from chairing. So I'm really pleased that he is back around and ready to dive in again. So it was great having him. And so I was interim chair of this last meeting, but Barry hopefully will take over after this for the Budget Committee items here in the future. So I'll read the first motion and give just a little color. Item 9A, motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the hiring of an administrative service to prepare minutes for the upcoming in-person board meetings at the city contracted rate for up to $1,000 for 4 meetings. We are bringing this before the board just in case we do go to in-person meetings and need such a thing. We're still sorting all of those details out, as everyone is aware. So this is just to get ahead of it. And that's really all the color I have to add.
Thank you, Kim. I think it's self-explanatory. Going to public comment on the item you just heard read about an administrative service to take our in-person board minutes. We'll go back to 1 minute for these items. Call in user 1. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Well, I need a little clarification with Kim and Barry. She was with Barry. Are you telling me Barry's dating a 25-year-old Kim now? I think that's a scandal. I need clarification why Barry's dating that I understood that she alluded to that she's a 25-year-old going after an older man. I think that needs to be rectified and identified. I just don't understand how that could happen. Thank you.
Barry, you have your hand up. Go ahead, unmute yourself. This is a different Barry, not the Barry that was just being referenced. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, this is Barry Johnson, not Barry Weiss. I just want to say, after 21 years of this neighborhood council, it's a crying shame that we're going to spend money on something that a board member has always done. It's a crying shame. And if we have to do it for 3 or 4 months, I guess we'll have to. But hopefully, when a new board is elected, this will go away. It's a crying shame. Thank you.
Puppet?
That's right. Yes, and of course, that's the goal of all older men, is to get a younger woman. Yeah, and make sure you don't get her pregnant. Absolutely. Thank you, human. I almost forgot that point. And as you know, this is the night after Thanksgiving for women, known as Valentine's Day. Yes, and some of them might be a little tired today, but Note Puppet is always on duty 24/7. And paying a note taker is good, except I think it should be $1,000 a meeting. Really? Yes. I know somebody with a tail, somebody with yellow horns, and a very good disposition of the Brown Act that would be willing to be the note taker for that small sum, that small stipend. And of course, I'll bring my own food. So Go Puppet moves to be the new note taker of the SCNC for the rate of only $1,000 per meeting.
Thank you, Speaker.
Jesus, I second that.
Not seeing any
See?
more hands from,
See, I contribute.
not seeing any more hands from the public. We'll go now to board comments and questions on this motion. I'll just add a little bit of color. This board, the majority of this board has never attended or never ran as a board member an in-person meeting, has never taken minutes at an in-person meeting. And we may not have video backup or transcript at an in-person meeting. And this is to make sure that we do have accurate minutes, which we're required to do by a professional service to prepare these minutes while we transition to in-person. Some people may not be able to make the in-person meetings. Other neighborhood councils have administrative services to take care of their minutes. There's a city contract rate specifically for neighborhood councils to take minutes. I realize the history of this neighborhood council has never had to pay for it, but those people are not here and they're not doing the work. So when we do minutes via Zoom, we have the luxury of a transcript and we have the luxury of a video backup. We won't have that in person. And I think it's prudent to be prepared to do it. Ira?
Yeah, I mean, Scott, I understand what you're saying. I disagree. I think $1,000 for 4 meetings, $250 a meeting is an inordinate amount for someone to be taking notes. I think I think we can record the meeting as long as we post that it's being recorded, at least just audio. It's very simple. There's for $1,000 we can get a multitude of different audio recording equipments. I mean, we can probably for $50 you can get something that can record the entire meeting, just audio, and then have someone, I guess it would be the secretary, to take notes. I'm not for spending tax dollars on this. Thanks.
Chip?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of spending the money either, but I think we have to. I think we have to prepare for the contingency. The fact that we say we may spend up to 1,000 does not mean we're absolutely going to spend it. As we heard from Lorenzo earlier, they're going to make the decision with seemingly hours before the effectiveness of that decision. We're having difficulty getting a quorum today. I do not know how the public is going to respond to live meetings. I know that businesses cannot get staffers to show up for work physically in offices. It's going to be difficult. We need to have a way to record what we're doing. I don't think doing double dipping on this board is the safest way to go based on what I've seen in terms of people raising their hands to do stuff. I think we need to actually give ourselves the contingency. If we do it once and don't ever need to do it again, then we can drop the $750 back to the bottom line. But I think we need to cover recording what the neighborhood council does so it gets as broadly disseminated to the community as possible. That's what I got.
Abby?
Hi, good evening. So I am currently taking minutes and I'm happy to do so. As we are doing this virtual, as a volunteer, I am doing the best I can, and the kindness really of my heart, just like everyone else on this board. However, if these minutes have to be precisely typing, documenting every single word, every single statement that everyone makes, I am not going to be able to make it. I will not be able to document that. One, I am not able to type that fast. I am not a professional secretary. I don't type 65 words per minute. Writing, if you're thinking, well, then just write it up. I don't write that fast either. So if you think anyone, stakeholders or board members, if you think that you will be able to do a better job that I can, because I'm honestly saying I am not going to be able to do it, please step up and I will step down as a secretary. However, if this continues to be virtual, I am more than happy to continue documenting our minutes virtually. And to date, they have never been objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Go ahead, Kim.
Just quickly to add, Chip did a great job at explaining the necessity here. And if you think about it, the price is, it sounds like a lot. It does add up quickly, but we need people for 4 to 5 hours. You at least have to have a temp show up for a 4-hour minimum kind of a thing, I believe. I'm not sure exactly what the city contracted, but that would be a pretty standard thing. So that's, 4 hours times the 4 meetings, and someone has to get there. So it's it's pretty fair. And again, yes, totally, this is just in case. We're just getting ahead of it, so we've got approval and can move forward if need be. Thank you.
Brandon?
Yeah, I'm looking at the minutes. I extracted the March 16th, 2016 minutes for something else entirely, but I have it on my desktop. Rita Villa, if I'm pronouncing her name properly, was the secretary, and I can't believe that she did not record this in advance and then write it afterwards, because the detail that I know Barry mentioned it, the detail that she went into, there is no way in hell she was actually representing herself as an elected board member and taking these notes at the same time. That would mean Abby would have to just sit there and take notes and not participate in discussion, which is not what she was elected to do. So I like this motion, and as Chip so eloquently put it, we're probably not going to use the whole 1,000, but like he said, it's there if we need it, and it's a contingency. And I don't expect Abby to take the kind of notes that Miss Vio took. I don't think anybody can. She was a machine. But I like this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to say I agree with everything I've just heard from, I guess, all the board members, probably except for Ira. We want Abby to participate in the meeting, not worry about the notes. True, the minutes do not necessarily have every single word, but we have the luxury of a backup of a Zoom generated transcript and a video backup in case there's ever an issue. We may not have either. I know what to do and how to record the meetings. And I can tell you that if we wanted to record quality audio to get something that would create a transcript, we're going to have to do a sort of a dry run and a test. There's 15 plus 1 board members, plus the speakers who are stepping up to the podium. The mixing board we have, there's only 8 inputs. Our microphones are not the type that are soft mounted, and they pick up quite a bit of noise. I've listened to some of the raw audio of the meetings before Zoom, and it is not a simple plug and play. They required post-processing to make them intelligible. We don't have the automated software that opens and closes the microphones as people speak, and people share microphones. So, I mean, I'm glad there's suggestions, but we don't need suggestions. We need people to do the work. And if someone wants to come to the lot and test some gear and do some transcription tests before we have our first meeting, by all means, go ahead. I can tell you that the mixing board and the microphones we have now are not suitable for it unless you are a post-production professional with Pro Tools and the ability to post-produce these meetings as a stakeholder used to do, which is what is filled with on our YouTube page. So I'm supportive of this. As Chip said, we may not spend the money, but I'd rather be ready for it. And sometimes people can't show up to meetings. So who's going to be the backup? And the backup for the backup? See how many board members we have tonight. Ira, go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is an earnest question, a legitimate question. How detailed do these notes have to be? I understand that in person, people are not going to have the luxury of recording and viewing meetings like we do now. But I mean, I wouldn't expect any one person, Abby or otherwise, whoever the secretary is, to be a stenographer, right? So I wouldn't expect that notes would need to be so specific and copious that every word or even every comment or even half the comments would be done, especially if it's a volunteer. So my question is, how? I mean, I see these notes that we have now, and in my mind, they suffice. What came up? What was the gist of the overall comments? What board members voted for what? Right? In my mind, that's sufficient because we're volunteers. You can't expect any one person to be a stenographer. That's not what my original comment was, what I intended in my original comment. So again, what are the rules of how stringent does the person taking those notes have to be? How thorough do those notes have to be? Thank you.
Lorenzo, you want to shed some light on that?
Yes, Scott, thank you. And Ira, thank you for that question. So according to the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners minutes policy number 2016-01, it states that minutes shall contain a minimum of the following, which is the start time of the meeting, the roll call of neighborhood council board members, noting the time of any members who have arrived after the meeting is called to order or who leave before the adjournment of the meeting, the actions taken of any agenda items, including the board vote count of each board member by name, noting how they voted, for, against, abstain, recuse, ineligible, or absent, and roll call or other type of notation. It says also the minutes shall also note how the neighborhood council counts abstentions. So that's the minimum of what minutes should have according to the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners minute policy. And I'll go ahead and I'll send this, I'll email this right now to the board so you can have it for your reference. If the neighborhood council wishes to be more detailed and add more, then that's certainly up to the board, but this is the bare minimum.
Thank you for that clarification. As far as the minimum versus more thorough minutes, because we're not on Zoom, because we don't have a transcript, and because we don't have easy video backup, I think it's a terrible idea for us as a board to do the bare minimum of the minutes. We will have no record of who said what, when, where, how. We have quite a bit of action at our meetings outside of particular votes. And if you go back to the minutes of years gone by, a lot of that is captured in the minutes in the event there was not a video. In fact, committees used to do minutes as well, because not all the committee members were videotaped. So we could skirt by and just do the bare minimum, or we can do something that protects us all and does a better documentation of what happened. And we heard from our secretary right now. She wants to focus on the meetings. I mean, if you guys want to try to force somebody to do it, I suggest somebody else step up. And I'd like to just vote on this already and move on. I didn't expect this part of the conversation to go on so long. We're all going to be in a bind when we meet in person. There's going to be a lot of responsibilities that some of you have never experienced before, and you're going to be quite surprised at the additional time that it takes to do an in-person meeting. And if there are no more comments, I'd like to go back to Abby for a vote. If anyone has any more comments or questions, we can just vote on this and go to the next item. Abby, if you can call the vote.
So thank you so much, Scott. Voting on budget committee 9-8, item 9-8, Kim Clements.
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent. Rhonda Freed, absent. Ira Gold.
No.
1 second, looking here. Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan, absent. My clicker is not cooperating today. Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chick Meehan,
Yes.
Ryan Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg, absent. Rent Sorrow, absent. Adele Slutter, Absent. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexa Steinberg. Absent. Abby Velasco, yes. And that is with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, B, please.
Yeah, motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the hiring of a vendor to record the upcoming in-person board meetings up to $2,000, $500 per meeting for 4 meetings. And just the quick color on this one, very similar to the first. This is just in case. Scott does feel that this would be we did a lot of talking. He felt that this was something that we really should have. We've had the YouTube channel and it is good for our records and to preserve such. The amount was really just, I think Scott he was the one who did some of the legwork and didn't have a real fair chance to get any bids or any estimates, but had a concept of what he thought it might be. So this is just raw, and we're trying to get ahead of the what we thought were quickly upon us in-person meetings. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. We'll go to public comment on this about the video recording of our in-person meetings. We'll do 1 minute. Puppet, go ahead.
Yes, and we know the reason why. Scott thinks there's going to be problems at in-person meetings. And he wants something to cover the board's ass in case they get sued. Yes, too bad he didn't tell you that, people. He wants a camera, but I have a better idea. Oh, Jesus. Yes. You know the cops have body cams. But I hired LAPD, asshole, to provide security and record the meeting on their body cam. A 2-for-1. That's a hell of an idea. That's right. Cops running around the Radford studio. Maybe they'll catch some drug dealing also around the studio, I hear. Excellent. I make a motion. That's right, and I second it. How about Brandon? Are you going to second it? No, he's getting smarter, isn't he? Yes, cops with body cams. The classic 2-for-1.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
And Van Nuys too. Yeah, Van Nuys.
Barry, go ahead.
We're going to have 3 cops at Van Nuys.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, money that doesn't need to be spent. You can put a cell phone on the side of the room and pick up the board and the speaker's table and plug the audio board into that cell phone. You've got sound and pictures that can be put out on YouTube. And also you can feed that same audio into a Zoom line and get a transcript. And remember, we have one mic for like every 3 board members. And in the past, board members, each 3 or 4 people, they'd hand the mic to whoever was speaking in their group. So there was never a time when everyone from the board or the speaker's table could not be heard through the sound system. So it's money that doesn't have to be spent. Thank you.
Call in user 1.
There's a lot of misnomer. I'm going to put my little mini legal hat on. First of all, what Lorenzo stated, policy does not coincide regarding the preemption of the government code. Actually, I pulled a couple of Court of Appeal decisions on it. One problem. Second of all, you're dealing with the City of Los Angeles, a municipal corporation. You get into corporate, there's a code called corporate code, corporation code. There's Court of Appeal decisions regarding that. So I can't blame Lorenzo on this one. He did actually try, even though he's a fat fuck. But you really need to ask or outreach to me or maybe a couple other people. What does the code says, and also do you have any Court of Appeal published decisions to back that up so we can make sure there is never a problem? Can't blame the board because Lorenzo and Dunn doesn't give it support, but you got to do what you got to do. But all he does is pull a policy out, not what a Court of Appeals have said, or even give a citation that preempts the policy. That's not even a code, not even an ordinance.
Thank
So,
you, Speaker.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, on to board comments about hire. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, a question about this. If we are hiring someone for 4 meetings at $1,000 to take minutes, I understand that we would also be hiring somebody for $500 a meeting for 4 meetings to record the meetings. But from those recordings, can't we derive the minutes? So these seem redundant in a way. Can you shed some light on that, please?
Sure. There's no redundancy. They're separate and distinct. A video record of what went on at a meeting is not the same as the minutes. If we do get a vendor, I'm waiting for a list of city-approved vendors, which Lorenzo, if there is one or will be one, will come forth. If not, I'm also going to try with our local high schools to see if their AV team would be interested in doing it, and there would be no cost. It's good to have a video record of what goes on at our meetings, and sort of in line with what one of the stakeholders said, yes, in a way to cover our butts. There's a lot of things that happen during board meetings that a record of what happened, who did what, when, where is a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. As far as putting a cell phone against the edge of the room, and I mean, forget it. I'm not going to even entertain that. Like I said, I took the time and I went through some of the raw footage from dozens of meetings that were recorded professionally with gear that the Studio City Neighborhood Council does not own. And it is not that simple to generate something that will create a transcript. You can get YouTube to create a closed caption, which is very inaccurate compared to a high quality transcript that we're getting right now. We don't have somebody to do it. We did have somebody who was doing it, but they're no longer going to volunteer due to personal disputes with 2 board members. And I think it's prudent for us to be prepared to video record our meetings, which we don't have someone to do yet, and to get someone to do our minutes, which we don't have someone to do yet. But if you want to record the meetings on video and then turn that over to our secretary to replay and write the minutes, good luck. Chip?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, and I am concerned about a stakeholder who feels that they were mis or underrepresented, or what would actually suffice in the event of a lawsuit or a Public Records Act. I mean, what are we supposed to come up with? And I'm not an attorney. I don't know what the standard material would need to be that would be adequate for that. But absent records, are we then saying the board could potentially be open for a deposition? I mean, is this something that could end up being a crazy time saver? And my guess is this is only going to be interim, because the same problem is being suffered 98 other places across the city. The reality is that the community, the country at large, the world at large, have become very used to doing Zoom. So it's going to be difficult to get people to come in person. They also have an expectation and are accustomed to getting all of this information that's very readily available to them through Zoom and podcasts and all the other stuff that have honestly really zoomed in the last 24 to 36 months. So this city is going to have to figure this out. And I would think they would have to do it by summer. So I think whatever we do is a stopgap Band-Aid just for the next 90 to 120 days, until at some point it won't be coming out of our $30,000 budget, because I agree, it's egregious to have to do that. But I think it serves the public good for the next 90 days to do so.
Kim?
Yeah, again, thank you, Chip, for some great points there, and it's exactly it. We do want the record, and it's also nice for people to be able to go and view this at a later time, and including board members. I've gone back and watched committee happenings just because they started when I was commuting or at work or whatever. So I think also to add that part of this, Scott, your thought was someone to set up the mics and the cords and the things like that. If I'm correct, that's a lot of work and maybe some knowledge that I don't know how easy they are or not to set up, but that was part of your reasoning for this thought here. Scott, was that?
Well, it's a two-part issue. We have to do the setup just for the sound for the people attending the meeting. So that is microphones, cords, mixing board, speaker, power cords, and all that. It doesn't set up itself, and it doesn't get put away itself. So that is separate and distinct from even recording the meetings. Mind you, anybody can walk into the meeting and stick a camera there and record us and walk away with it and do whatever they want. I think what some of the things Chip was referencing, if we are the entity recording it and keeping it, then those are subject to records requests. But if anyone from the public comes in and videotapes us, they can sit in the front row with a GoPro on their head and just point it right at you while you're speaking. It's totally allowed. So I don't understand the hesitation, because switching to in-person is going to cost money. And it's going to cost time. And you will all see what it's like to have to get to a meeting a half hour or more early and leave a half hour or more late and do comment cards and pass out agendas and set up the tables and chairs and the sound system. And having someone to come in and semi-professionally at least record the meetings as well is, I mean, we're used to it. Like you said, this is the Zoom board. This is what we're used to. And we have a record of who said what and when. And I think it's good to, I mean, it's not going to be easy for me to find a vendor to do it. So
And thank you for your work with that.
You know, it's not so easy. And I'm not entertaining, again, putting a cell phone up. Maybe for a committee in the committee room, a committee can record it that way, but we're not doing it for the, I mean, I'm not doing it for the board meeting. Anyone else want to volunteer their cell phone and record the video and hook it up to the mixing board? Be my guest.
Scott, we're just being iterative at this point. Like, do you want to move forward with this meeting?
There's still hands. Thank you.
I know, but you gotta push these meetings with like some intention here, man.
These are the things that the board members are very interested in speaking about. So I'm not going to stop them. You can call the question and a 2/3 vote to do it. We stop debate. Otherwise, Abby, go ahead.
You do bring up a good point, Scott, and also Kim and Chip and everyone else. It is going to take some time, and we can just say by the events that we have, it is usually the same people that volunteer to the events that are there. I really wonder how many hands are we going to have when we have to do all the setup and cleanup. Some of us might be able to be more accessible or may have some time, and some of us may not. So it is going to take some time. So I do appreciate all the time that, Scott, you're putting into this, but bringing this, when I sign up, and I'm only going to speak for myself, I sign up in the hopes that my trim will be virtual. And I'm really hoping for that. Over.
Ira?
Yeah, so Look, I feel the same notes taken for these Zoom meetings would suffice for in-person meetings. So there's no additional burden on a volunteer board member like the secretary. I just don't think it necessitates any more. I also don't want to spend public money to cover ourselves when other options may be available. Let me amend that statement. I don't want to spend this much public money to cover ourselves when other options might be available. Thanks.
Kim?
Just a thought I didn't share before, but since Ira touched on it, we all hope not to spend this. We all hope to do this from Zoom. We all think that these funds are not well spent and it doesn't really serve a purpose to have us physically meeting together. But this is truly just and also Brandon had a great thought, and people have great thoughts here. We are going to be discussing this more before we actually hire somebody or money gets spent, but it is coming upon us very quickly, the meetings, and we have to do something. So this is just a, hey, we're asking to get this approved now to cover ourselves for the quickly upcoming in-person meetings. So, great point, Ira, but this is truly, none of us, we're all very good about not spending and finding great ways. And I think Scott's idea about a high school AV is terrific. I mean, people are really thinking outside the box to avoid spending these dollars. So again, just in case. Thank you.
Chip?
The alternative to approving this now is having a special meeting, trying to get a quorum again once we find out on the 21st or 27th of February that we may potentially have to move in March to live. So again, this is not committing it. This is just giving us the budget to do so. So in case on the 27th, we're told miraculously on the 28th of February from here on out, everything's in person, we're covered. And we can do it once, and if we don't like it, we can never do it again.
Thank you for that. Not seeing any more hands. Can we go to a vote on this now?
Okay, so we're voting on item 9B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy is absent. Rhonda Free, absent. Ira Gold.
No.
1 second. Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan, absent. Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yep.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Neverbird, absent. Karen Sorrow, who absent. Adele Slutter, absent. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent. Ivy Velasco, yes. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yeses. Motion passes.
Just a point of information, Abby. Julie
Yes.
just entered the meeting.
Hi, Julie. Is
Hi,
she?
thank you guys. I just got off work. I
She missed.
apologize.
Okay, I'll just mark her present. Thank you.
Moving right along, we have one more from the budget.
Do we? I thought we were done. Darn it. Okay, item 9C. The Budget Committee of the Studio City Neighborhood Council recommends that the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approve the neighborhood purpose grant request from Northeast Trees for up to 5,000. Oh, how could I have forgotten that one?
So I'm going to jump in. We kind of got it's my fault. We got our signals a little crossed on the motion. I'm going to share the screen. I have it slightly revised. Give me 1 second to move to the other computer. Bear with me, folks.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I was about to amend the motion immediately before discussion.
Okay, you should see that. And if you don't mind, let me just read it. The Board of the Studios City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, approves the neighborhood purpose grant request from Northeast Trees for up to $5,000 contingent upon having sufficient funds after the submission and approval of the revised SCNC budget.
I'll second it since it's different than what the committee brought forward to us. So I'll
Thank
second
you.
the motion.
Thank you for that. And I'll just add a little explanation before we go to public comment. And I'll just leave this up while I explain, and then I'll take it down. The neighborhood purpose grant that was, we vetted the heck out of it in the budget committee. We ran Northeast Trees through the ringer, up, down, left, and right. And the budget committee voted and felt this was a good use of our neighborhood purpose grant. But as Kim mentioned early in the meeting, the budget could be very tight depending on what happens later in this meeting. When we get a revised budget, the budget committee would like to fund this grant up to $5,000 or perhaps up to a lesser amount if our budget dictates that. So if we can do this now at this point, as it's written in the motion, subject to future revision, depending on if we have the money. So that's what we're talking about right now. We can go more into the trees. Hopefully, some of you read the grant. It's for the Zev Yaroslavsky Greenway. It's a partial fund. You heard Emma earlier in the meeting. CD4 is chipping in $5,000 as well. The more community buy-in we get, the better the funding will be for the grant, for the full grant, because $5,000 isn't going to pay for the whole Zev anyway. So I've spoken enough on this. We're going to go to public comment. Let me unshare the screen. And then we'll go back and discuss. We'll do 1 minute. Puppet, oh, sorry, call-in user 1. Go ahead.
Trees. Do you ever ask about what dogs think of trees? About how they're ADA compliant to use? Are these trees going to be planted with slave labor? It doesn't say on the MPG, in which I have no problem with. It says the youth thing. What's going to be disclosed? Are the youth going to be paid? Is it for food? Is it for, as Goat Puppet says, for prostitutes? We got to know these things. So you can only do what you got to do, but make sure that they report back. In Van Nuys, except for 2 nonprofits, nobody ever reports back. So just tell them they better report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Puppet. Go ahead, please.
Yes, there's too many things named after Zev Yaroslavsky. What is he? He's a piece of shit. Absolutely. Yes. But I think in honor of Black History Month, let's rename the walkway after a great African-American scholar and police officer, the Studio City Christopher Dorner Walkway. It will be a fine tribute to all of us and all of our fallen comrades and trees. Yes, we can use this moment to show that Studio City steps up to the plate on racial relations. God, that was beautiful. I'm going to second that. Thank you, human. And what the fuck is my password? You changed my password last night. No, I didn't. It's on the video. Ow! All right. It's Brandon. I'm sorry. Ow. Yeah, I've been trying to get into my computer all day. Ow! Ow! See what I have to put up with?
Thank you, caller.
You see? Dumb animal. Ow!
And we have Joe Laskin from Northeast Trees. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks to the board. Yes, my name is Joe Laskin. I'm the Director of Development for Northeast Trees. I just want to thank the Neighborhood Council for considering this request and also thank Scott and Chip, who have been champions of not only this project, but the LA River in general in Studio City. So thank you guys. And also want to thank Emma and CD4 and the Studio City Farmers Market for their support of this project, as well as Steve Hirsch, who's been a big champion of this river trail, and as well as the whole River Greenway in Studio City. So I agree with Scott that we did, I think, enough vetting at the budget committee meeting, but I just wanted to send my acknowledgements and offer myself up for any questions that may come up. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for that. I just want to also chip in and remind the board that I'm supportive of this, and I'm highly motivated to not spend the money that was previously approved in the previous two motions, and I would much rather see it go to beautification of the Zev Yaroslavsky walkway and not to what is approved. What was previously approved is a just in case, and it will be a great deal of work for me to not spend that money, and I'm highly motivated not to. So I just want you to know that my push is for this neighborhood purpose grant and not for the other items that were budgeted for. Any other questions from the board? Ira, go ahead.
Question, so isn't this part of the Greenway subject to change with the tennis, what happens with Weddington? Aren't they going to be, according to their current plan, aren't they going to be completely altering this portion of the Greenway anyway? And if so, how does that factor into this plan? Thanks.
So I can touch on that a little bit. The Harvard Westlake River Park project is not approved. There are no permits pulled. There is no start date. There is no end date. There is no agreement with the MRCA or the county for any changes that Harvard Westlake is going to do. It's not their Greenway, it's the county's. There is a big funding pot of money to do this work. And as you heard from Emma, the CD4 is pitching in as well, and there are others. I believe there's some federal funds from the latest omnibus budget that is going into it. And the ZEV is a constant source of work that needs funding. And I guess, Chip, why don't you go ahead and save me?
Quick, grab this rope. Yeah, so the Harvard Westlake plans do not significantly impact the ZEV Greenway. There are going to be some ADA compatible ramps that come down from proposed structures which are sort of west of the fire station. This project along this area is we are looking at this as the poster child for that which can be done best. And then once we establish best practices there, try to export that to the other sections of the LA River, north and south, between Fulton and Tujunga. There's like 12 sections of river. We'd like to see what we can do here, see how much it costs, see what works well, and then to sort of do it again elsewhere. In light of that, Harvard Westlake will probably give us access to their design team, so we would know what they would potentially do. So aesthetically, it would be consistent. So there's not much disruption that would happen, Ira, with any Harvard Westlake stuff. And I know Joe and I have talked, and Joe has personally promised to throw himself in front of a bulldozer that was taking out a tree that he was planting in this or any other project. So we're not in favor of doing something for 36 months that will go away. So the idea is that this will be enduring. The other thing that's really cool about this is we're never going to get away with the reality of we have $30,000 or $33,000, depending upon what we do this year for next year. Reaching out to CD4, CD2 also has matching dollars, reaching out to the Studio City Residents Association so we can tap into potential money coming out of Farmers Market. If you take a look at it, between the up to $5,000 out of CD4 and up to $5,000 out of farmers market, we've established a precedent here by collaborating with other like-minded organizations of getting a 33% bump in our annual budget. And I think that precedent is something we want to take a look at doing moving forward. Where can we start having partnerships where we can actually extend the money? So that's one of the reasons this is kind of a cool first time doing this. Did I answer the Harvard to Westlake question, Ira? Okay. And there's some Midwood money blowing around too. They are aware of the fact that just the innocent noise from the parking operations by Erewhon and Equinox and everything else, it's just noisy. It echoes up and down the river channel. So a couple of months ago, Ben came forward and said that they might be interested in doing some incremental planting on the hill on that side. So we need to straighten out what all of this looks like. So that's why this is kind of exciting, to be honest.
Thank you, Kim.
While I am all for beautification projects, absolutely, here in Studio City, I think we need them. I actually was not in favor of this. And the reason was, and I think it was in their grant is where I picked it up and we discussed it in the budget committee meeting briefly. Somebody was in a real hurry to wrap it up and I knew we were going to be talking here more, but they received like a $570,000 grant from the state, as Scott glossed over some of the, I guess that came from the omnibus budget. That to me, there were enough tax dollars going to it. And when I inquired about, why they need the 5,000 from us, it seemed it was just, icing on the cake. And it just, we have such a finite, small budget. I'd rather see that 5,000 go to, a different group that maybe isn't getting that kind of funds. And I realize the project needs a lot of money. But again, we've really got a small budget and it seemed to me they already had plenty. The other issue I had was that in the neighborhood purpose grant, the reason for it was, or the purpose for it was specifically written as the labor of at-risk youth. So, and I asked, are these youth from our area? Apparently not. These are kids from the inner city. Great. But we are still Studio City Neighborhood Council. We have our own youth group right within our neighborhood council that has tried to do projects like this. I had heard from Ira, in fact, our former youth member had really tried to get something going, I think, with the Beautification Association. I think we should be supporting our youth here to do such projects and teaming with somebody. I just did not see this as being in need of the minimum funds that we have to work with and the best spent. I think that they got enough already with the $570,000. So that was my feeling. So I did vote no on this. Thank you.
Dean?
Thank you. I'm all in favor of trees, but can Chip or Joe, can you shed some light on one thing to plant them? Whose responsibility and whose budget is it within for maintenance? But I say that because out of experience in the bid area, 25% of our budget goes to maintaining the palm trees and the trees, the street trees, and that continues to eat our budget alive with labor and keeping it cleanly. And the sidewalks, I'm just curious, what happens in that part, because it's a huge expense and it's not going down. Thank you.
So if we go back to public comment, we open public comment for everybody. Chip, did you have any way to shed a little light on that, or are we gonna go back for another round?
No, I can take a stab at it. There are three entities, Dean, that are involved in in this particular area, and you're right. I mean, the deferred maintenance has been egregious, and to the point where it might have been somebody on the phone that actually reached out to Channel 4, and we had the NBC news team down there showing what a shame it was to have made this initial investment and then not maintained it. And within 72 hours, MRCA had 6 or 8 trucks down there. Since then, there has been there's MRCA, who is the overarching agent for the county that actually runs the stuff. They subcontract to Tree People. Tree People has been down there for 2 years, where they do volunteer educational work and supplement that when necessary with staff. Historically, that's how it's worked out. Starting this year, Tree People has a larger budget, and there will be one of their people who is given responsibility for consistent maintenance of the area. And I'm unclear if that's 1 or 2 days a week, but frankly, once it's caught up in the backlog, that should be enough to keep it clean. MRCA opens the doors, the gates every day and closes them every night. So MRCA is down there. Tree People's doing that work. Northeast Trees is doing some of the intermediate stuff, some of the catch up, some of the cladding of the block walls that was not finished with the original investment. And in fact, Northeast Trees was one of the vendors that actually built the place out in the first place. But there is ongoing budget that Tree People executes for maintenance at this point, and they do it under contract with MRCA. There's a lot of acronyms in there. Did that make sense?
It helps.
Yeah, we're not back to where we were when at one point we threw a Hail Mary and the Audubon Society came down and started cleaning stuff up. It has been better for the past couple of years, but it does need to have a good catch up, particularly with the rain we've had.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to call a vote? I think so. Go ahead, Abby.
Right, so we are voting on item 9C. Kim Clements.
No.
Oops, 1 second. Trying to mark this. There, thank you. Dean Cutler,
Yeah.
Fiona Duffy, absent. Rhonda Freed, absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Kim, you have some compelling arguments, but I'm gonna vote yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chick Meehan,
Yes.
Brad Marino.
Abstain.
Okay. Richard Nitterberg, absent. Ren Sorrow, absent. Adele Slutter, absent. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent. Ivy Velasco, yes. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, 1 no. So motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to 10. Julie, it's all yours.
Julie, you're muted.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of words before we get going about the homeless committee. If this wasn't announced at the beginning of the meeting, the homeless count did occur on January 24th, and the results will come out the end of May, early June. You guys also probably heard Nithya Raman. I hope our council member has been appointed to the head of the Housing and Homeless Committee. And one of the things that our committee has been working on that I hope to show you maybe next month is not only information on our website about reporting, but an outreach card that you can hand out. And I just want to say that I think that reporting, people don't know how to report, not only getting services and being in need of services, they don't know where to go. But if you're someone who needs to report a homeless individual or an encampment, you call, you go online and you go to la-hop.org and you can file a report there. And I think that's such a simple thing and such an effective thing, and people don't know. So I would really like to work on our committee getting that word out and getting that information out in the public. So going to our motion, there's been a lot of motions happening in the city council since Mayor Bass has been elected. There's a lot of activity. Things are moving through very quickly. Hopefully we'll see some results soon. And I'll go ahead now and just go to our first motion. And I do actually have a correction in the motion, which is the date that says February 12th. I need to change that to March 31, and I will read that correctly as we go because I got confused about something. The motion is to March 31st. All right, so the motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 12-1690-S18, which asks the City Administrative Officer to identify funding to increase support for LASA's Winter Shelter Program and Augmented Winter Shelter Program, which runs from November 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. The program is accessed through LASA, LA Housing, Homeless Services, Home Engagement Teams, HET, or a person can call 211 to be connected to a winter shelter. If a bed is not available, a motel voucher can be accessed. This motion further requests LASA to report on increasing bed capacity and expanding winter shelter sites and ensuring equitable access across the city. The current capacity is 143 beds across 5 sites, 142 hotel vouchers per day in the city of Los Angeles, and 367 vouchers in LA County. This motion is also to be submitted as a separate community impact statement to Council File 12-1690-S18. And then this goes on to tell you the title. There's the link there and a link to the Winter Shelter Program. We did get some news yesterday. We had the deputies from CD2 and CD4 came to our meeting. There's the Winter Shelter Program that goes through the 31st, and there's the Augmented, which goes through February 12th. So there's 2 aspects to this. It seems to have gotten started a little late and gotten approved a little bit late. And also they're saying that it's not that easy to get a bed. So if you call 211, which is the way to do it, you might be on hold for a while. So I'm not sure if the program's going as well as we would like it to, but I would like to support it because I think we need to have this, and they should do a better job and approve it earlier next year and keep it going next year, because people get cold at night, and it's just one more way that we can help people. So with that, I guess we can open it to public comment.
I think we need to vote. Don't we need to vote, or do we need a second for the slightly amendment that you did on date? Is that necessary, Scott?
We go to the vote, we go to public comment, and then we come back.
Actually, I do think I need a second though. Do I need a second?
I'll second the date change.
Thank you. I think because the date change is a fact, I don't feel like we have to vote on that because it's not like an amendment. It's just a correction. Right.
Well, I do need to, just for clarification, I just took a screenshot and added that it is different, even if it's for the date.
Okay.
Try to be as accurate as I can. I don't know how accurate
Yeah.
I will be later on if we go in person, but right now I have technology. Oh, go ahead, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go
for
ahead.
that.
Hey, I'm trying to do the best I
You look great in
can.
an orange jumpsuit. Don't worry about it.
And I'm not a professional secretary. I'm just doing my best over here volunteering. Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, well, I got confused too because they kept sending information about the augmented and with the different date, and I thought that was the regular. So when the deputies visited our meeting last night, I asked them to clarify. So it is March 31st for the complete program.
Okay, 31st and Chip Meehan, it was seconded. Okay, go ahead.
Fantastic. So I
Thank
guess
Thank you for that. We're going to go to public comment. I see 2 hands raised on this motion. You just heard Julie Reed. Steve Hirsch, did you want to talk about this particular item? Go ahead, you have 1 minute. I'm guessing Steve wanted to talk about the Northeast Trees Neighborhood Purpose Grant, which is passed. We'll go to Puppet. Go ahead, Puppet, you have 1 minute.
Yes, whatever helps keep trees alive, we always support. And it's good. Finally, Julie shows up after that big party yesterday. Celebrating the tree festival today, yes. And little birds. Yes, dogs go underneath those trees as well. Yes, and you have to be vaccinated. But I hear they've given you a 30-day reprieve. So still, you should support the trees. Even if you don't have to be vaccinated and classified as dogs, I still think you should support the trees. And as far as Zev Yaroslavsky, time for prison for him, don't you think? It's been way too long. Definitely. Yes, and what about that little Katie Young Yaroslavsky? Notice how she dropped that young dash Yaroslavsky and went right to Yaroslavsky? Why, that little cheat. And again, you owe me $100. I told you she was going to do that after she got elected.
Thank you, Speaker.
Here you go. 20, 60, 80, 100. There. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Call in user 1, we're on the homeless motion that you just heard read. We're not on the trees. If you have a comment on that, go ahead, unmute yourself.
So I can't talk about homeless trees? Okay. I'm not disputing the merit of the motion. The problem is who's administering it? LASA? Do you think they could actually work properly? They lack so much. They don't have any transparency over there. When they give out numbers, I've asked what's the underlying data or media. They get diarrhea of the mouth, or as I call Elmer Fudd. They go, talk to the city attorney. Then the city attorney has to talk for them. And since they are clients, the city attorney has no duty to me, which is fine. So everything with them is generally a piece of shit. Do you think you would hire them in the private sector for what they do? Not what helping the homeless. We're just talking about how they don't try. That's the problem. You're throwing good money after a bad administration. So I can't blame Julie for what she's doing, but why would you let these shitheads keep profiting off it? You actually see how much the administration, they need this money so they can pay for their employees.
Thank
or
you.
they're going to have to lay them off. Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands, we'll go now to the board. If anyone has a comment or question, raise your hand. If not, we can go to a vote on this one. Oh, Kim, go ahead.
I am a tough one when it comes to the money topics for sure. While we all do care about human beings, and when this sounds great on the surface, the attitude is always, more money being thrown at it will help. More money, more money. Everybody wants more money. and we don't have the endless dollars. Our new mayor just appropriated $50 million from what was a COVID relief fund, since the COVID issue was coming to an end. That money was still available, and it was taken, instead of given back, it was taken to put towards homeless. And that is the homeless issue. And that's tiny potatoes compared to the billions being spoken about. In fact, in the next motion here. And I've heard billions being talked about in regard to the costs for these hotel vouchers and motel vouchers. And we suddenly, we're just giving out a free night. You want a night in a hotel? There you go. You know, I don't think that they need the increased funding. I think there's a lot of money being thrown around right now, and I'm not in support of asking for even more money to be found, which means probably some other area will suffer and cause ripple effect. I think they need to be working within the bounds of what's there and what's being agreed on and grabbed and whatnot. But I'm just not in support of asking for more for this. Thank you.
Dean, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Kim. I'm a fact person. I like to see facts and I like to see results before I want to come up and pour more money onto it. And I don't think that we have any of that working for us with the millions and tens of millions and purportedly hundreds of millions that are being, just vested in these programs. Where are the results and when? And too little, too late. It's just, an endless pothole. I think there's progress, but we need to see more results. So I'm not super enthusiastic about it, as you can hear. Thank you.
Yes, well said, yes.
Anybody else from the board have any comments? Or Julie?
Yeah, I just kind of relooked at the motion, and it doesn't say how much they want or what pot it's going to come from. I know there's about $100 million pot right now, so maybe it does come from that. It's not clear about that. So I wish I could be more detailed in where that money would come from. It's a good point.
Some of the council file, or not some, the council file states that they're asking for a report back.
Yeah.
For some of this, and they're asking for to identify funding sources. So I mean, there's all this money sloshing around. I think the next move is to see what the report. There are so many report backs floating around in the council right now. Who knows if they'll ever come back? Some of these never. There is no report back ever. Other council files. So I mean, this is for the winter shelter, and they're talking about LASA to report on increasing the bed capacity. And so, I mean, I don't really have a problem with requesting this. The problem will probably be with what they come back with as far as the solutions. I mean, we know the problems. It's kind of indicative of the city that right now they're still asking for reports and such, and have no plan, but it is a new administration. So I give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Chip?
I agree with you too. This is not an expenditure. It's a fiscal, not an audit, but it's taking a look to find out what we have. It's a report back, and I think they should report back. Where is all this money that Kim talked about? I mean, what are you guys doing with it? I certainly don't see it working. So are you sending it back to whence it came? Are you spending it? If you are, what's the efficacy of the investment? But I don't see any reason to not ask them to report back. But I'm cynical. I mean, I love Emma sitting here telling me that, earnestly, indignantly demanding that there be some sort of a report back on the lack of enforcement for the short-term rental. And she talks about the fact that they filed that in 2020. So it took 3 years and a bunch of people being gunned down in Bel Air for them to actually say, hey, where's that report that's now 26 months overdue? That certainly would not have worked in my private sector career. It shouldn't work in theirs, but asking this to report back, I don't think is a bad idea.
Julie, anything to say before we vote?
Yeah, just one more point is that the program is happening. It is in progress. So I think at the end of the day, it's just where they're going to pull the money to pay for it. It's already happening. So I guess that makes it a little confusing, but the program is happening. You can call 211 right now and ask for a bed. So it's appropriations, I think, and finding what bucket they're going to pull it from. That's my understanding. Sometimes it's hard to read this. You get one page, you know, and sometimes it's difficult to know exactly what's happening. But yeah, so they're reporting back on where they're going to pull the money from, is my understanding.
Yes, and to increase capacity and efficiency. So when you call,
Yes.
it's not spring by the time you get your bed. I would imagine the winter of 2024, this will be in place. Kim?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the words again, increase support. So they're looking for more money. And I know it is in place right now, these efforts and whatnot. But again, it's sounds to me, it's a money grab, I think, and not necessarily needed. I mean, a ton of money's needed all over the place. There's only so much we have though. So I'm still, and I have on occasion, I've been swayed by people's comments. So I greatly appreciate and good comments. But yeah, I'm still stuck on that. I'm just not in support of this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any more hands. Abby? Let's vote.
Okay, we're voting on item 10A. Kim Clements,
No.
Dana Cutler,
No.
Ara Gold.
No.
Thank you. Fiona Duffy, absent. Rhonda Freed, absent. Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Cheap Meehan,
Yep.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg, absent. Brent Serro, absent. Adele Slaughter, absent. Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent. Abby Velasco, abstain. Oops. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 yes. 3 no. So motion passes. 6 yes, 3 no's.
No. We need 8, right?
8. Okay, so the motion doesn't pass.
Right, Scott, we need 8 or
Just need a majority of
Who's here?
a majority of quorum.
My
Yeah.
bad.
So there's 6 yes. 1, 2 no.
3 no's.
3 no's, 1 abstain.
It
Three.
passes.
9, 12.
Motion passes.
Really quick before we move to the next motion, Mr. President, I know we have about a dozen motions to go and we're pushing 10 o'clock. Is there a hard out? Or are we gonna try to get as much done as we can? There's a lot to go.
If anyone brings forth a motion to adjourn at any time, otherwise I'll go till tomorrow. I'm not tapping out, okay? If anyone else wants to, that's fine. We second and we vote, and then we have another meeting. And keep in mind now, March is virtual. So,
Is it virtual?
oh, it will
Not
likely
yet,
be
but more than likely.
when it's voted at the end of the month. I'll fill you in offline. Please, let's not go rehash that.
Okay.
Julie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 22-1475 to coordinate use of state funds granted to Medi-Cal providers in LA County to meet the local needs and goals with regard to homelessness, housing navigation, and mental health services in conjunction with LAHSA. This motion coordinates the efforts of the California Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, Medi-Cal Home and Community-Based Services, HCBS, Spending Plan, and Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, LAHSA. The Department of Healthcare Services has provided a one-time allocation of $1.288 billion to fund homeless programs through Medi-Cal. It is anticipated that 2 Medi-Cal providers in LA County will receive $405 million, which can be spent on their program, the Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program, HHIP. This motion seeks to find ways to partner and coordinate priorities with LAHSA, especially in terms of housing navigation, and to identify funding to continue to expand street medicine and mobile health, mental health van programs in the city. The motion is also to be submitted as a separate community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 22-1475. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Brandon will second.
Thank you. So there's a really wordy motion. I tried to boil it down as much as I could, but basically the state is giving money to Medi-Cal, which is going to filter into our county. And this motion is suggesting that this should be coordinated with LAHSA, who runs all of our county programs. So in case that wasn't clear, and the focus will be on not only housing navigation, but also mental health programs, which is something I think we sorely need, mental and medical health programs.
Thank you for that. And Abby, just note this passed in committee, so you don't have to record the second.
Oh, thank you.
Based on the motion you just heard about the bucket of money coming from mental health service, anyone from the public want to comment on this? Please raise your hand. Puppet, you have 1 minute. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, I'll turn this over to my friend Billy. He's experiencing houselessness. Thank you. Yeah, I'm on SSI. I'm on EBT. I get GR, and it's because I'm bipolar. Sometimes I get angry. Really? Yeah, sometimes I get angry. One time I beat my mother with a club, but I'm out on diversion right now, and I really need more mental health services. Thank you for giving me all this money, me and my fellow houseless people. You know, the puppet says you're what is it? A bunch of fucking assholes, fucking losers. Yes, but I thank you, and I'll continue living in my tent. And I did steal 2 catalytic converters today, and I made $400 cash, so I'm feeling real good today. I'm gonna go buy some crack now. Thank you for all the money. Well, there you go. So go ahead and pass the motion. See? So the Billies out there.
Thank you
can
very
be
much,
the
caller.
Billy goats for you. Suckers.
Thank you, caller.
Call in user 1. Unmute yourself and go ahead.
Well, read the motion. And Van Nuys, we don't read any motions. We're a bunch of shitheads. A lot of them are shitheads on the board. One thing I always ask when you get motions like this is, where's the line item fiscal study? There's nothing listed in the line item. It even says in here, to instruct legislative analysts and administrative officer to report on the local homeless plan and investment plan. That means money. Also, to instruct CAO and CLA to report on future funding needs. Money. Citizens report how much funding to be supplemented for current expenditures. Money. Money, 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 money. And there's no fucking fiscal study, no line item fiscal study. So that's how fucking shitheads that we have out there. And as my adversaries have been mimicking me as a conservative Republican, they've been asking for line item fiscal studies, and they're finding out they get pushback. This is to hire more administrative for this fucking LASA people and all that, just to say, look what I could do. It has nothing to do with the homeless. Out of every dollar, how much gets actually to the retail client, the homeless person? Or, excuse me, unhoused, can't say homeless. So I would vote no on this because there's no fiscal study. Nothing addressed regarding the merit of the issue. You just got a bunch of shitheads that are saying, give me fucking money. And I say, fuck off to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, caller.
Not seeing any more hands. We're gonna go to the board. Brandon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a question I had. I do remember LASA having to give back money a little while ago, but I believe it was federal money that there was a time constraint on it. And if they could not use it in a certain amount of time, they had to give it back. I might be mistaken, but maybe I think that's what happened. Is this going to be the same thing? If there's like maybe up to $405 million being directed to us, is there going to be a time limit as to when they can spend it? If they don't spend it in a allotted amount of time, we have to give it back. I agree with calling user one. There isn't enough here to actually. I'm reading the same motion he was reading. I'm on the hyperlink, and then I know it says instructs this, instructs that, but if anybody can shed some light as to whether or not there's going to be a time limit to use this money, I'd greatly appreciate some insight on that. Thank you.
I don't know what the time constraints are on it. It's really, as you said, it's a lot of reporting about how they can coordinate their efforts. So in terms of what the restrictions are on the money, it's not in the motion. Unless anybody else knows something that I don't know.
Jeff?
Yeah, there's constantly billions of dollars floating around out there to support the homeless industrial complex. And we still have 41,000 unhoused on our streets. Really nothing has improved. 80% of those on the streets have either addiction issues or mental health issues. So what this motion does is it seeks reports to see how this money that's being given out by the state of California is going to be better used and utilized for city programs and county programs that deal with mental health, street medicine, and other items like that. So it really asks for reports. There's no like breakdown in costs and all that sort of thing. So I don't see any harm in seeking reports on how we can get mental health services to those who are afflicted, so they're not wandering the streets, howling at the moon, and creating problems for our community when they should be treated by the Department of Mental Health Services by the county. And hopefully this could help speed that process up. Thanks.
Dean? You're muted. Unmute yourself, Dean.
Dean, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just dumbfounded why we're needing and asking for reports after the fact, and why aren't reports required at the inception? Why are we doing it after to figure out the plan and mopping up after the problem? Why doesn't the solution come with, the full set of requirements? Seems like, spend money and now we have to go figure out what we did right or wrong. It just seems so terribly inefficient. Thank you.
Well, Dean, I agree. I certainly agree with what you said. Back in 2004, the funding for the mental health crisis facing the state was solved through Proposition 63 and its companion, No Place Like Home, which was the housing portion of it. It's still raising billions and billions and billions of dollars, which is called the Mental Health Services Act. So it's deja vu all over again. And when our county supervisors just said nothing we have tried so far has worked, this is pretty much reshuffling the decks and propping up, getting things in place for what will hopefully be the eventuality of care court. Nothing was able to be solved before because of the Landerman-Petrus Short Act, and care court sort of tinkers around the edges of that. And with the proper mental health funding and structure in place, there will be or can be LPS type conservatorships in the future. And again, it's a whole new administration. Nothing worked. Nothing has worked over the years. And now they're doing this. And this is where we are today. That's the sad reality. It's not an answer to your question, but
One of
Julie?
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I share your cynicism in many ways, but I will say that I do support this mental health and the street teams aspect of this and the focus on this, because anecdotally, over the past couple of years on the homelessness committee, we've heard a lot of people tell us that that is effective, and there's not that many of them, and we need more. So to the extent that this might focus on that and maybe fund the street teams and the mental health, I would like to support that aspect.
I think that's a good point. I think we're ready to vote. Abby,
I was gonna just
go ahead, Adam.
as an addendum to what you're saying, I kind of agree with Scott on this. As an individual with siblings with acute paranoid schizophrenia, I think who has experienced homelessness in many different stratifications. Yeah, I think it goes back to what you're talking about with the deinstitutionalization in 1967. I mean, municipal and county funds could be portioned for, very specific mental health objectives, but I think until we see drastic 5150 modifications, which actually California is at the vanguard of. We discussed this actually in a meeting last year with Newsom's done a good job of trying to bring that down from Sacramento. I don't think we're going to see any lasting change within the community. If you have individuals in your family with mental health illness, you'll see that as soon as they're let out, they're right back on the street. So having these ex post facto treatment options or very positive optic for these treatment options doesn't necessarily mean they work in practice. So I think the big focus has to be policy changes at the state level.
Thank you. Abby?
Okay, so we're voting on item 10B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
I'm gonna say I'm somewhat swayed, so yes.
Fiona Duffy is absent, Rhonda Freed, absent, Ira Gold,
No.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes, just because it's asking for reports.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chip Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg, absent, Ren Sorrow, absent, Adele Slaughter, absent, Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent, Ivan Velasco, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses, motion passes.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Abby. On to item 11. I think we only have 5 more pages. So
Can I make a motion that we adjourn since it's 10 o'clock and have another meeting to go through the next 5 motions? So we can, there's a lot, I hate to push off people that have been waiting for 3 hours to get to review the work that they've invested in the motions that follow. But it seems unfair if we're all kind of brain fried after a long day to not give them full attention.
Berries are kind of simple, but I mean, if you bring forth a motion and someone seconds it, then we vote.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I was just thinking, what if what could be pushed till March gets pushed, but if anything is urgent to cover this evening, maybe we can shorten it that way, wrap it up fairly soon. But Chip, if you're really fading, we can't lose anybody. So,
Well, why don't could we set constraints on the amount of time for public comment and private and I'm sorry, board comment? Like we've done that in the past to 30 seconds to expedite the meetings and just limit everyone at one participation per motion.
Well,
I would amend that slightly to Kim's comment, as well as perhaps Chip, if you can lend us 30 more minutes and we have a hard 10:30.
Sounds good to me.
If
I
that's,
just know that Scott's going for a record, the longest meeting ever.
we're not,
Has his hand
we're not
up.
even
Prefer to miss
close.
that
So we're
one.
not close.
Yeah, we usually end at around 11.
Yeah, and we've gone till midnight.
Yeah, we went to 12:30 one time.
See?
So let's
See?
do this. Let's go out of order, because there is one motion that's time sensitive. It will be long for me to read it, but it probably won't be long to discuss. So if we can go to item.
Just a point of order,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
President. Can
Absolutely.
we ask Barry, if we're going to have a meeting next week, like a second part, can we ask Barry Johnson if he would be available? Because the next two sections are his, government affairs and transportation. So if we could ask Barry Johnson if he would be available for a part 2 of this meeting, then we could probably do that. But I think it's only fair to Barry to ask him if he would be okay with such a scenario.
Fair point. Barry, you're next up on the agenda, and I'm proposing to go to item 14. What say you?
I think considering the length of the agenda, you ought to always go until 11 p.m. But I could reluctantly attend another meeting after sitting through this one. But number 14 has got to be done tonight, because if it passes, the council district 4 needs it ASAP. So perhaps
I think we should just
only
press,
do
I think we
that.
should press on. You know, we passed like 4 or 5 motions in homelessness committee last night. And so then we're gonna end up getting a backlog of motions through our committee. I think board members should try to kind of be laconic in their comments and not do a lot of back and forth. Maybe just make one comment and move on, rather than making 4 or 5 comments per motion. That might speed things up a little bit, but I think we should press through at least through 10:30. I mean, we usually get
I
out of here
withdraw
at
the
11
motion.
anyway.
And 5 out of 6 of my motions, I believe, are no-brainers and are not even worthy of debate.
Okay, let's give it a shot. I withdraw the
So
motion.
Barry,
Yeah, let's go. Let's
You're
go.
done with
Barry.
by now.
Barry, I'm going to go to number 14. Yes?
Okay. Okay.
Very good. We're going to 14 and then back to Barry's. I'm going to read this. Bear with me. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, opposes case number DIR 2022-1022 SPP SPPA WDI 12218, 12220, and 12222 Ventura Boulevard for the following reasons. 1, the intent of the Ventura Cahuenga Corridor specific plans 30-foot height limit on the south side of Ventura Boulevard between Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Whitsett Avenue is to not have 3-story buildings. Page 9 of the Planning Department's determination letter, which is linked to, even states, quote, the surrounding properties are developed with 1 or 2-story commercial retail buildings along both sides of Ventura Boulevard and single-family dwellings across from the alley at the rear of the property. The Ventura Cahuenga Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan designates the subject property for community commercial land uses which are a focal point for surrounding residential neighborhoods and containing a diversity of land uses such as small offices, retail, cultural facilities, schools, and libraries, in addition to neighborhood-oriented services. Currently, there are no three-story buildings on Ventura Boulevard between Vantage Avenue and Rhodes Avenue, the block where this three-story building is proposed. Yes, okay. The block is comprised of mainly one-story buildings with a few two-story buildings mixed in. To say on page 12 of the determination letter, quote, the strict application of the specific plan would result in practical difficulties and would render the proposed project infeasible. This is, of course, true because the applicant wants to build 3 stories high on a block where there are no 3-story buildings. To say on page 12 of the determination letter, which I'm sure you've all read, the specific plan's 30-foot height limit is impractical as it would not permit a commercial building with sufficient height to accommodate 3 floors of use. It is also true because, again, the specific plan's intent is to prevent 3-story buildings on the south side of Ventura Boulevard between Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Whitsett Avenue. To say on page 12 of the determination letter, quote, the development standards are limited by the specific plan. Yes, that's the reason for the specific plan in the first place. While, quote, while appropriate for maintaining a reasonable amount of commercial development in the midst of low density housing. Yes, single family homes are directly adjacent to this same subject property alley from Vantage Avenue all the way to Whitsett Avenue. To say on page 13 of the determination letter, the unique design requirements and building characteristics of a commercial building cannot be accommodated within the parameters of the specific plan regulations, specifically the site's height limitations, and without the adjustment, it is impractical and infeasible to build such a building on the subject property. It is, again, only true because the applicant wants to build 3 stories high on a block where there are no 3-story buildings. How is this, on page 9 of the determination letter, a focal point for surrounding neighborhoods? The SCNC opposes the proposed project's roof terrace. This essentially places an open-air 4th story on the building, and even though it may be at the front of the building, noise will carry to the single-family residences immediately behind the proposed building. 3, the SCNC opposes the proposed project's front yard setback of 3 feet 7 inches. The rest of the buildings on this block of the subject property only have an 18-inch setback. There is absolutely no need to make the proposed building further stand out in the crowd with an increased setback. Do I have a second? Going
I will
once?
second it.
Thank you. And please don't ask me to read that again. So the gist of it is, this neighborhood council, as far as I can determine, has never supported and has always opposed anything that is in conflict with the specific plan, even if it's within the discretion of a planner to permit any type of exception outside of it. So it's 3 stories and a roof deck, and the hearing is in a week. And if the city council, if the neighborhood council gets a motion on file, the city council will be attending the hearing and be able to use this to support the enforcement of the specific plan as written with no variance whatsoever. And now we will go to public comment. Puppet, for this item, because it's such a long motion and a complicated land use issue, and I know we're short on time, but we're going to go to 1.5 minutes. Go ahead, Puppet.
Yes, I second Chip's motion to adjourn. He withdrew it, dummy. Ow! Pay attention to the meeting. Ow! Ow! All right, ow. So as you see, the north and the south. Yes, it's the north of Cahuenga Boulevard and the north of Ventura Boulevard are very different from the south. Bill Puppet, growing up as a young little cow herder, always knew that the wealthy people all the big-time Jews live south of the boulevard, and everybody else lived north of the boulevard. And it's going back to the founding of the Constitution of Israel, and I quote, "No building shall exceed 3 stories on the south of Ventura Boulevard as long as our people own most of the mountain," end quote. Oh, that's right. Yes, it's called the Mount Sinai provision. So therefore, on behalf of our Jewish brothers in Israel and all of the wealthy Hebes that have all of it and the Yentas, we fully support this motion and thank you for the integrity. What about the north of Ventura? Well, that's where the mixture of trash and upper class people live. Well, we'll talk about that at another meeting. We're short on time.
Thank you, caller.
Call in user 1, go ahead, please.
You know what? I remember when there was a temple that had to have 25 spaces based on a plan. But since they were Orthodox, they went down to, I think it was 7, including a handicap. That was a very specific and absolute reason. I don't see the reason why this has to be so tall. What's the reason? Is it where there's going to be an influx of employees, where it's going to bring money to the city? You got cost benefit. I don't see it. I went through the whole file and everything. I just don't see it. What's so special about this? This is not. I don't see this as a specific purpose other than trying to whore out the land. So they tried. They're going to bitch. You know. Now another question is this commercial building being used by the owner? That might be a little equity, but based on this, it looks like they just want to whore out rent. Maybe do some adult movies in there, sell some pot, try to really fuck up the neighborhood. And if you let this, it's just going to go on and on and on and on and on. So don't let this bump road happen. But I think Goat Puppet needs to maybe, if it does open, Goat Puppet wants his prostitutes in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think this neighborhood council needs to stand strong on attacks to the specific plan, whether it's Sportsman's or this. We have to stay united, and the stakeholder who lives behind this building filed an appeal. She asked the neighborhood council to help, but the neighborhood council unfortunately cannot file an appeal. So she came to the SCRA, and the SCRA has filed a jointly with her. So, and she also has another homeowner group out of Encino that also is appealing. But Michelle, the CD4 planning director, has said that in order at the hearing a week from tomorrow for the council office to perhaps have any leverage to bring some of the things more in line with the rest of this block, she needs something from the neighborhood council. And that's really where this comes from. And I hope you will vote for it so we can keep protecting our specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Any hands from the board? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. What, Dean, go ahead.
I would just point out something as a conflict. You know, the specific plan talks about 30 feet. And this determination letter and the request, et cetera, talks about impractical for 3 floors. It's really a design issue. If you want to have 3 floors within 30 feet, they say it's impractical. That has to do with what happens with your interior, and it's really a design issue. It's not inconceivable to have 3 floors in 30 feet. And there are perhaps constraints and issues for a variety of reasons, but 30 feet is 30 feet. If that's what the plan is, that's what the plan is. And if the project can be designed within 30 feet, that's really what the specific plan speaks to, not 3 stories is impractical. So there's a little bit of a conflict here in how it's being proposed, interpreted, and what the specific plan really says. I'm clear that the council and everyone does not want to grant any exceptions and such, but we have the tiers, we have all sorts of other workarounds if we choose to look at them, and I know in the past we haven't, but there is a real issue there with 3 stories and 30 feet in the design. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Not seeing any more hands. Abby?
And we're voting on item 14, Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Same.
absent, sorry, it's my mouse is not cooperating with me today. Fiona Duffy, absent. Rhonda Free, absent. Ira Gold,
Sorry, I just blanked here. Yes. Sorry about that.
it's okay, it is late. Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mendel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino.
Yes.
Richard Niederberg is absent. Ren Soro is absent. Adele Slutter is absent. Adam Summer.
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg is absent. Abby Velasco, yes. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Motion passes.
Question, Scott, before we go any further,
Sure.
if what's our quorum at? Do we have a surplusage of 1?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that right? We have 10?
Yes, and 1 person abstained. That was Dean Cutler.
Okay, so.
Adam's asking if he can bail and not.
Oh, no, I'm gonna,
Oh.
okay, first, bail, I don't think it's a fair term when Alexis
Believe.
Steinberg has not made, she's not gone to 1 meeting in like the past 10 and nobody's put up her for a vote for expulsion, so. I don't know. I think it's unfair that every time I try to bring up the expediency of these meetings, it's look like I'm copping out. When I feel like the reason we're having this lack of turnout is because of the lack of expediency in these meetings. And that's pertains to protocol, it pertains to, organization. And we're not getting attendance by our own board members anymore. And I've talked to them and I know why they're not showing up. So I'm asking when the meeting you think will be over.
We have very productive committees and there were a lot of motions on the agenda.
No, but have you been, how many years? Like, you haven't been here for a decade. This is not how, we've had productive committees before that we go through those motions a lot quicker and it's not just a maelstrom of voices shouting out. It's frustrating, dude.
Anyone can call the question if the debate is going on too long. I'm not cutting anybody off from the board who wants to speak.
No, but why haven't we had any censure for someone who, like Alexa, who has not gone to these meetings when over COVID, during the first month of COVID, I missed, or the first 2 months.
So you're doing.
Alexa was here actually a couple meetings ago. So
okay, but you can't do 1 in 10 meetings and like
0 and 10.
Hang on, we're not discussing attendance here. We're about to go to item 11.
Let's move on.
Transportation motions.
All right, but I'm
I
gonna
can
step
do
off the meeting at
these three-
10:30.
I can do these 3 quickly. And remember, when we were in person, things moved along a lot faster. Number 11, the first Transportation Committee motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilmember Nithya Raman and the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to install a left turn arrow on southbound Coldwater Canyon Avenue at Moore Park Street. Scott?
Anyone from the public who'd like to comment on that? It's self-explanatory. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, go. Puppet.
Well, actually, talk about it. Yes, you know, Alexa's been missing most of the fucking meetings. You know, that is a good point there. That's the first time I agree with him. Yes, that's right. And again, chastising people who are here and the people that are not here. Bill Puppet would like to hear more about this. I will bring a motion to the floor to have a discussion about why these other board members aren't attending. I believe it's discoverable under the Public Records Act. I suck it. Yes, and I will support the motion as well. Yes, and finally, I just got another coffee. I'll be here as long as this shit takes.
Call in user 1. You have 1 minute to talk about the left turn arrow. Go ahead, please.
Believe it or not, when I was on a neighborhood board, yes, a conservative Republican that was supported by Democrats, the LGBTQ, and the immigrants gave me 60% of the votes. And Dunn was shocked. When you do stuff like this, you have to do a packet. A packet is what's the application, what are the laws, and what are the road studies. Did anybody actually pull the road studies? Guess what? I just did. So you really need to set up with a package. When you deal with ramen noodle, she likes to have something called case up. That in a legal term, casing up is where the file is just all ready. They don't have to do any due diligence. Asking, that means someone has to do something. Make it fruitful. If you have it all prepared, all they have to do is just lift a finger. Nothing wrong with you're asking. I hope you support it, but when you count on ramen noodle, she'll shit on you. She has no duty to actually have a staff member do something. And it's really nice to do stuff in writing, because then you could ask, what's the status? And when they say, well, still researching, what are you researching? It's in the packet. That's how you do it. Later.
Thank you.
Board members, I see no hands. Let's go to a vote on the left turn arrow.
Okay, so we're voting on item 11A. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy is absent. Rhonda Freed absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yep.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg absent, Ren Soro absent, Adele Slaughter absent, Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg absent, Avi Velasco, yes, motion passes.
Okay, motion B, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Caltrans District 7 to trim the decades-old dead palm fronds from the palm trees on all Caltrans District 7 property after decades-long neglect. Scott?
Jeff, you have your hand up right now?
Yeah, I have to recuse myself.
Okay. I'll text you when this item is over. Public comment on trimming the palm trees. Try to stay on topic for this one. Goat, 1 minute about the palm trees.
Yes, and I hope the person that recused themselves had went to the city attorney, as required by the rules, to state the reason for the recusal. Of course they didn't. Yes, that's right, Chip. Another violator. And look at Brandon, not even paying attention. It's so late. Oh, there he is. Yes, good, good. A perfect FBI informant to be, yes. So we want to know Why this recusal? Who would oppose the trimming of those fronds? Nobody, except the devil, Nithya Raman Noodle, and Nuri Martinez. So I'd say yes, abso-fucking-lutely.
Calling user 1.
You got to look at your resources. Goat Puppet could eat the fronds, won't cost anything, or the dead trees. Second, Goat Puppet has a friend named Billy. Billy's homeless. Billy likes to set fires, and that might be another way to do this. So you have instant resources that need to be addressed on this, and this council refused to look at it. They could eat it or burn it. It's all the Green New Deal. Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands. We're to the board comments on the palm trees, not seeing any hands. Let's go to a vote.
Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent, Rhonda Freed, absent, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick. I think he mentioned recuse. Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chief Meehan,
Yes.
Brennan Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg is absent, Ren Sorrow is absent, Adele Slutter is absent, Adam Summer,
Yes.
Alexis Steinberg, absent, Ivy Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Motion C, brought to us by our board president. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests the inaccurate new signage along the Los Angeles River be corrected. See attached list, and there is a link to photos. Click each photo for detailed description and location. Each photo can be zoomed in to read text. Scott?
So in the interest of time, I'll just explain it really fast. There's a bunch of new signs along the river, and they're mostly inaccurate. They're pointing in the wrong direction. They have wrong mileage. They're pointing to things that no longer exist. I took a picture of each one. I documented exactly where the sign is and what the signage is incorrect about. Let's just say there's a sign on the east of Laurel Canyon that's pointing southeast, indicating it's indicating it's Sportsman's Lodge. Some are correct, many are inaccurate, and we have no idea who put these signs in and why they're there, and we just want the signs corrected. So, I mean, rather than going through every single photo, the link is there. Trust me, they're wrong. Let's just have the council, the neighborhood council, and give us the authority to request the signs be modified. They don't belong on the LA River in the condition they're in. So if we're talking about the signage on the river, Puppet, you have 1 minute.
A point of order, really
Yeah.
quick, before we go to Puppet. Barry, you said you brought it. Was this through the Transportation Committee, or is this just added to the Transportation Committee agenda for this meeting? Does it require a second, or was it
He
second?
didn't bring it. No, he didn't. He brought it to the committee.
Oh, but it was seconded
In other
already.
words,
Okay.
he emailed me about the idea.
Yeah, but was it seconded at the Transportation Committee?
It was passed in transportation.
Oh, okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, I'm the one who did all the work and took all the photos, except for one photo which came from a stakeholder. Puppet, you have 1 minute. The signs on the.
Hey, Scott, I'm gonna have to jump off for 10 minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's why I was asking about the quorum.
Very,
So
very good. Thank
I
you.
just gotta make one phone call and I'll be back on.
Okay. Abby can note that. Puppet, signs along the LA River, 1 minute.
Yes, and let's see if we can do a CPRA on where the phone call's going to at 10:31 at night. How neat. Where would somebody be calling? So, of course, unfortunately for Brandon, the Goat Puppet did witness the fact that this thing was passed and seconded. Yes, he even commented on it, didn't he? I don't know, I was asleep. Yes, I did. So I'll move to pass it. Yes, that's right. And Chip was participating in the drinking game, thank you, earlier, that beverage. The password for the drinking game is Brandon. So here, I'm taking a sip. There we go. Thank you. Everybody take a drink. Drinking game.
Thank you, caller.
Calling user number 1. Signs along the LA River, inaccurate signs. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Those pictures were done very well. I think you would do very well in the adult film business as a cameraman. But there's this one major problem. Each picture should have a rendering of a solution. And also a little abstract why things are not right. Say it's a mileage issue, based on geographic data, this is what it's supposed to be and all that. But I don't see solutions on there. I think it should be voted, they need to be taken care of, but you're asking for a bureaucratic department to figure it out. If you have it all cased up for them, all they have to do is lift a finger. It could be an index finger, their thumb, it could be even a middle finger. And then you get results. You got to give a solution to a problem, not just try to make a solution to be profit like ramen noodle does. She'll have a solution and she'll profit because she could do it according to her standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board. There are no hands. Let's vote.
Okay, we're voting on item 11C. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent. Brandon Freed, absent. Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Cheat Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg, absent. Ren Soro, absent. Adele Slaughter, absent. Adam Summer, not here right now. Alexa Steinberg, absent. Avi Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Barry, you want to go to 12?
So, sure, Government Affairs A. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 22-1476 to preserve consistent roadway widths and curb lines on each block to eliminate spot road widenings and have consistent sidewalk parkway widths. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement to CF 22-1476. And I should also add that there was a similar motion by this neighborhood council about a decade ago to Council Member Krikorian. It never went anywhere. And then we saw that Council Member Rahman did one, not knowing what we had done a decade ago, and I jumped on it to support it. It's wonderful.
Thanks, Barry. Not seeing, I was about to say not seeing any hands. Puppet, 1 minute on the spot road widening. Go ahead.
As the Chinese say, psych. Yes, that's right. And of course, you know that you can reserve the widening dedications without actually doing the widening. That's what Goat Puppet did in 2013 with his neighbor. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, I locked him in. He has no ability to ever have any parking on his guest house. Yes, the tenants have to cross one of these busy streets every day. He's lost 2 cars. All courtesy of my generosity. Well, the land stays there. And I protected a tree as well. Yes, so I fully support this. This is very good. What about dedications? Oh, force the developers to give up lots of dedications. Goat Puppet really likes that idea. Yes, that's right. Goat Puppet, saving the city from itself.
Thank you. Call in user 1, go ahead.
Okay, there's 2 issues on this. One's risk management to the city. So if the city has a roadway because of the dedication being provided, that means they're responsible. So you have a risk management issue. And also, if you take it away, you can't tax it away. So those are the two reasons for this. So it's a risk liability and a maintenance issue. And the second issue is a tax issue regarding square footage. So it has nothing to do on being good. So that's what ramen noodle deals with. You really got to look at the contention and the underlying facts. But these bullshit motions that they put up don't address that. And a conservative Republican like myself brings it up, and all of a sudden I'm a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic, homophobe, and everything because I bring up just plain facts. So ask why Robin Noodle is just not that smart. She's a good talker. She minds her manners by using a napkin, and she doesn't drag her hands on the ground. So that's pretty good. She might get some knuckle scrapes, but that's pretty much it. But those are the main
Thank you,
reasons why
Paul.
this is being done. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to the board. No hands.
Okay, so we're voting on item 12A. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent, Brenda Freed, absent, Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chick Meehan,
Yes.
Brenda Marino,
Yes.
Richard Itterberg, absent, Ren Sorrow, absent, Adele Slaughter, absent, Adam Summer, not back yet, Alexa Steinberg, absent, Avi Velasco, yes, motion passes.
Motion B, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilmember Nithya Raman and the Los Angeles Bureau of Street Services Urban Forestry Division to trim the decades-old dead palm fronds from the street palm trees on Ventura Boulevard and other main streets in Studio City, located outside of the Studio City Business Improvement District. And we've been noticing for some time, by the way, that this palm tree trimming has been going on in Sherman Oaks outside of their bid. So we want to get in on some of the action in our non-bid areas and get those palm trees trimmed. And maybe it's been 10 years since they were trimmed, and the last time they were trimmed, Studio City Beautification came to this board for money to do it. But the Sherman Oaks board isn't paying for it. It's just being done by the city. So why don't we get the same benefits? So that's where this motion stems from. Scott?
Thanks, Barry. Puppet, now we're on city palm trees. Go ahead, 1 minute.
And again, we hope there's no recusals. But the reason why Sherman Oaks got this in the first place was a certain email that a certain horned individual sent to a certain lunatic socialist. And that's all you have to do is point out when you look up and one of those fronds hits a homeless criminal in the head, all of a sudden they lawyer up and sue the city for $4 to $5 million. It's cheaper to trim the trees. Then why doesn't it work in Studio City? Because all of you are a bunch of progressives. You have to get on the bandwagon. Yes, just tell Nithya Raman Noodle, Goat Puppet wants those trees trimmed, or the homeless are going to sue over it like Sherman Oaks. They'll be out there tomorrow morning at 7:30. Thank you, Goat Puppet. Yes, and Adam, what are you talking about? Come back to the meeting, or your CPRA is going to go in.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more hands raised. We're going to move on to the board now. Brandon has a comment on the palm trees. Go
Just
ahead.
really quickly, yeah, they're still trimming the palm trees along Ventura Boulevard, west of Sunny Slope. They're still doing it. This past week they were working on them, and they're just trying to get as many as possible. So what Barry's saying is accurate. They are working on the palm trees along Ventura and Sherman Oaks, but I'm not sure what they're doing in Studio City. I'm assuming they need trimming. I have not seen any, but I'll believe them.
Chip? Oh, you put your hand down?
And never mind.
Never mind. Thank you. Abby?
Okay, we're voting on item 11B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent, Randall Freed, absent, Argol,
Yes, yes.
Jeff Harwick,
I can vote on these palm trees, yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Chip Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg, absent, Ren Sorrow, absent, Adele Slaughter, absent, Adam Summer. Is he back? Yes, no, okay, I don't hear him, absent. Alexa Steinberg, absent, Avi Velasco, yes, motion passes.
And the last GAC motion C is the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 22-1070's Department of Neighborhood Empowerment 95-page report titled Empower LA Report to CF 22-1070 Confidential Draft dated January 27th, 2023 for viable options for conducting neighborhood council meetings, including virtual, hybrid, and in-person meetings, and further request Council President Paul Krikorian and Council Member Nithya Raman to make a motion for a resolution to support State Senate Bill SB 411, Senator Portantino. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to CF 22-1070. Scott?
Thank you, Barry.
I got a quick question really quick, Scott, and for Barry. Was this the exact wordage of the motion? Because I don't quite remember at the Government Affairs Committee. I'm looking at the agenda from the Government Affairs Committee, and it's a different wording in the motion. Did you change the motion from Government Affairs to here? Or I don't quite remember if it was.
I don't recall. I think the only thing was putting in the link to the report.
Well, it says 95-page report, but on the actual motion, it doesn't say that.
Okay, well, then maybe we should get a second just so we can
Yes, just to be on the safe.
clarify.
I'll second the motion, just to be on the safe side.
Thank you.
Okay, Puppet, 1 minute, please go ahead.
Give me that. Yeah, it's my quesadilla. Yum, 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 yum. Now, as you know, Portantino, that big fat fuck, is running for the Congress seat held by Adam Shit Schiff. Yes. So he's not very busy with this right now. It may not get in. And why would you? Would you trust the Armenian goat herder, Paul Martin Krikorian, with a suspended bar license, and Nithya Raman Noodle, a socialist, working together? Are they in favor of your best interest? Or does it sound like an evil, diabolical combination of filth? So based on the two motions, I will vote absolutely, positively no. And drinking game, Brandon, here we go. Very good, yes. The drinking game will continue. Excellent, yes. Vodka and Red Bull, I strongly recommend it.
Thank you, caller.
Call in user number 1, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm not going to address the first part regarding the report. Whoever read it, read it. The problem is wearing the SB 411. It has been written and drafted, but it's not ripe yet. And what I mean by that is it hasn't gone to a committee where an analysis has been done. So you're going to approve something or support something in which you don't know if it's going to be amended or even gut an amend. So I think the Senate Bill SB 411 issue should be devoid from this motion. But if you vote for it, you're voting for something in which you don't have the legal implications. One issue that they're having a problem with right now is under the American with Disability Act. do they have to supply hardware to someone that can't attend because of a disability? A couple things of that nature. And there's also a preemption regarding the carve out regarding a court appeal decision. So this is in draft mode, doesn't mean it's passed. It's not ripe yet, but if you vote yes for it, you're buying your own peril. Thank you.
Point of clarification, we're just asking for our council members to do a resolution supporting this. I'm sure they will not support something that isn't right.
Thank you for that. Any,
Sir, that's a very, very vague and misleading statement. It really is, but I wish you luck.
Abby, your hand is up.
I just need clarification where the amendment goes. The 90, I do see 95-page report. Where is the amendment? I got lost.
So you're asking, what about the report?
I'm just asking clarification for where the amendment goes, because it was something was brought out by Brandon.
No, just to be, there's no amendment. Basically, at the Government Affairs Committee level, there was talk of that 95-page report, but it wasn't part of the original motion. When Barry brought it to this agenda, he added 95-page report because it had just happened. He actually put out the agenda for government affairs before that 95-page report. I think it happened just a day before. I think Monday or Tuesday it came out. And when he brought this motion to this board agenda, he added 95-page report. So I seconded it because it's basically a revised motion. So it requires a second. That's all I did.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay.
I thought we discussed the Dunn report in government affairs because I read it before the.
We did, but we just didn't have the 95-page report in the wording that we voted on.
I see. I think that was part of the way the link appeared in the agenda. I mean, that's how it, okay, well, that's fine. So Abby, does that make sense then? The word 95-page report, I guess?
Yes, thank you. Oops.
Okay, very good. Any other, Brandon?
Yeah, I read part of the report. It's a lot of bureaucracy. It's done doing done. They tend to be very busy but not get anything done, which means they're a contradiction to their own name, their own acronym. But yeah, anything that could help the neighborhood councils achieve more options. I know a lot of people want in-person meetings, but a lot of people work their tails off all day long. Kim drives over the freeway every single day. Julie, the last month, she was actually in a sound studio. So anything that can help board members and also stakeholders access these meetings and attend these meetings would be greatly helpful. And even though I don't really support the report, I do support the concept of helping neighborhood councils out. Thank you very much.
Abby, you can vote.
So, okay, so we're voting on item 11B. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Sorry, yes.
Fiona Duffy, absent, Randall Freed, absent, Ira Gold,
No.
Jeff Harwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Cheat Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Niederberg is absent, Ren Sorrow is absent, Adele Slaughter is absent, Adam Summer not back, Alexis Steinberg absent, Avi Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks.
Assuming we're gonna continue.
We need to address 16 unless we're gonna have a special meeting real soon, because we need to figure out
That's actually a
election.
good point. Thank you, Kim.
Thanks. And Abby, Adam Summer said he was gonna drop off, I think about 10:30. I think he's gone.
I have it at 10:41.
Okay, all right, great. You asked if he was back. No, he He said he was dropping off.
Thank you.
Kim makes a good point because everything is riding on how this board votes on item 16. Terry Austin is not here. I will read the motion. Item 16, presentation, discussion, possible motion. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports or opposes the concept of election mailers up to $11,000. See current design samples. There's a flyer 1, a flyer 2, and an idea for version 2. The reason why we're asking for a thumbs up or thumbs down on the concept of a mailer is because that is the budget buster. It's going to be over 10,000. It might even be more than 11,000 to do a proper mailer. And we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of designing a mailer and planning for a mailer if the board doesn't want to spend the money on a mailer and we just go traditional flyers and handouts and such. So before we do anything as far as the election, do we want to mail it like we did last year, last election, to 25,000 residences and I believe 1,500 businesses, and that was about 10 or 11 grand? If not, we'll have some money for other things, but we're not going to design a mailer if we're not going to agree to spend the money on the mailer. If you guys wanted to see the samples, these can be flyers or these can be postcards. We will now go to public comment on an election mailer. Puppet, you have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Yes, given the fact that the new outreach chair isn't here, as well as the second appointed outreach chair, I'm looking in my bylaws here, we have to make the decision of the past chairman. Therefore, it will be up to Brandon to decide yes or no. Wow, that's right. He will have the power. Is he in favor or not? That's right. Where the hell is the new chairman? Scott, you said there was a new chairman. Brandon's here. Where's your new chairman? Exactly. Yes, that's right. So I cannot support these fake outreach chairs. We need to have a real one. So therefore, Go Puppet will support the Brandon recommendation. Oh, drinking game. That's right. Yes, drinking game. There were 2 of them. Thank you. Vodka and Red Bull. Or a margarita and a stuffed taco and a quesadilla at El Torito at this fine evening.
Thank you so much.
Call in user 1, go ahead, please.
Just for clarification, is it just to spend the money or is it also approving the designs?
Thank you for that question. We're not approving the designs. We're approving if we're going to spend money to mail our election flyers, and we have samples of the election flyers, and we've stopped the creative process until we decide if we're going mail. So that's
okay. Dumb question, sir, and you can take my time on this. So if you vote yes, then you're going to approve the designs?
No, then we're going to continue with the creative part of the design.
Okay, thank you. 45 more seconds. See, in Van Nuys, we won't do this because, first of all, our president doesn't believe in doing stuff in Spanish. So I've been putting agendas in Spanish because several people requested it. So there's no Espanol. We have an Armenian person that I do it for. And believe it or not, some Asian people, Korean. So my question is it worth it? I say yes, why not? You just need to make sure you add a couple other things, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Puppet, go ahead, please.
Yes. Cheater. Yeah, so again, if only it would have worked. Yes, we knew all along that only Brandon could have chaired that committee. Nobody else stepped up, and we sacked him like a sack of potatoes. But let's leave it up to him. Apparently, he has a Google Share Drive with all the designs. Yes, I know, Chip. I know we were wrong. We got to give Brandon another chance here. We will now be redeemed because we need to get this shit done. By the time we get the design done, it'll be the 2027 election. We need to get moving immediately. And finally, that board member, that was tricky how he slipped out on us, isn't it? Yes, he's sneaky, that Adam. He's very sneaky. One day, I think he'll be in Congress next to Mr. Santos.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, we'll go, before I talk about it anymore, let's see what Chip, Kim, and Brandon have to say. Go ahead, Chip.
I think that flyers and third-class mailers basically get stuck somewhere between my Sears Roebuck catalog and my Reader's Digest issue in my mailbox. I mean, this is 40, 50-year-old media. It's ridiculously expensive on a per capita basis just to deliver the content, and no one ever reads that stuff. It all gets wrapped up in the Val pack and everything else and thrown away like all the other just stuff you didn't ask for. I think it's an egregious use of money. We can do something different. We have to find something different.
Thank you, Kim.
While I get Chip's point, I actually think it is a good use of money. A lot of it does go to waste, but I am one who twice now has run. This time I actually got the board seat, and it was because of what came in the mailbox. I am a little old-fashioned that way. I wasn't following the Studio City Neighborhood Council on social media and whatnot. We have all kinds of great outlets to advertise, but this reaches everybody. And I think if we went with something, and I realize we're not creating it, but Terry Austin had suggested in the budget committee meeting about like a two-sided thing. And if we give people information, not just about we're having a vote, but use it as advertisement, we're going to hit a lot of people in the area and old folks who will take a look at this. They're bored anyway, whatever, I'm making fun clearly, but I think it is a lot of money, and we don't have the voters to support, as Scott has brought up, but I think we hit people with the information. And I do think that this is a good thing to go for. And I am one right here who got involved because of the mailings. So thank you.
Brandon?
Yeah, just regarding the mailings, the design originally was just for flyers that we would pass out at farmers market. I believe Outreach has $400 to play with to replenish the existing flyer supply, but that can easily be used for these. And I know some people don't think I'm a very good graphic designer, but I could come up with something that's almost like a 5x7 split, where one side is run and the other side is vote. So I could probably come up with something like that, because I know it's a problem that if we have something that says, "Oh, run for the neighborhood council," but then when that application period is over, April 8th, then we have to come up with another one saying vote. So if we come up with one that has run and then vote, I know I'm not making any sense right now. I'd have to design it. We can do one mailer. But it is such a distance between the filing period and the voting period. Filing period, I believe, is February 22nd to April 8th. And then from, I think, April 15th, I think when the candidate list comes out, to June 22nd. That's a long way. And if we come out with a mailer for like March, mid-March, well, by the time June comes around, people might have forgotten. So there might be some kind of hybrid version where we do a mailer, but we also do a bunch of flyers. I don't know how this is going to work. I agree with Kim that the reason I ran in 2021 was because I did get that in the mail. It was a big, giant postcard that you couldn't ignore. I'm sure a lot of people did. I think Scott ran the numbers last time, actually, how many people actually voted per dollar from 2021. But it's something we're gonna have to sort out. And we may not use this $11,000. We may not have the $11,000. But like the previous motions before, it'll be there for us if we do. So I think right now the budget is a living, breathing thing. It's fluctuating week by week and perhaps day by day. But if we do have this up to $11,000 to play with, again, we may not have it, but we'll have something. So I'm for this. At least then we can get the process going, getting this into the city clerk, and in the meantime, come up with the designs. Thank you.
Jeff?
It's simply not cost effective. I mean, it's a third of our budget approximately. Tens of thousands were spent during the last election cycle. The voter turnout was pretty dismal. It's not enough bang for the buck. We could use this to, I don't know, do more beautification, something that actually has a substantial rate of return. I think we should focus on social media, maybe banners, that sort of thing. I know they have a banner program that goes up and down Ventura Boulevard. You know, perhaps we should get Nithya Raman. I see these motions all the time from the neighborhood councils that advertise, hey, election for Studio City or Valley Village or whatever. We should have the banner program done to support that. But I don't think the mailer is the way to go. I mean, I didn't see a mailer, and yet I'm here. So I think we need to focus on things that people in the modern era will actually gravitate to, which means social media. Maybe we do flyers and pass them out at the farmer's market. That's a good bang for the buck. But 11 grand for mailers, I think that's just not cost effective. So I oppose this. Thanks.
Chip?
Yeah, I still oppose it for all the reasons that Jeff just talked about. And I think that it would take us more work to walk up and down the farmer's market. We would have to spend time doing it, but I think it would also be more effective. And if we're to be running, then it makes sense to be pressing flesh anyhow, kissing babies. But one of the things that that Kim brought up that Terry mentioned in the budget meeting, where I watched the budget meeting, I'm not on that committee. I thought it was a really good idea to potentially use whatever postage was required for the ballot to also talk about greatest hits of this board. You know, this is what we've done, get involved. I thought there was a good idea that I think the message should be more than just vote. It should also be a reason to vote, a reason to get engaged. Still opposed to it spending a third of our budget. And Brandon, I disagree. Where the other ones, this is about flyers. This isn't just $11,000 to figure it out. This is $11,000 for flyers.
Yeah.
Julie?
Yeah, this is a complicated one for me because I also ran because I got the flyer in the mail. So that's 3 of us. So I do think they are effective for some people. I also think that they could be multi-purpose because I think part of our job as neighborhood council people is to reach out to the community by any means necessary. And I don't think a lot of people follow us on social media or look at our website. And I think this particular outreach could include just general information that with a QR code or, you know, links to our website, run, vote, check out our website, follow us on social media, all of the above. It doesn't have to be focused on one thing. So, you know, I'm very sensitive to the budget issue. So if we don't have the money, we don't have the money. But if we can find the money, I'm for it.
So I'm gonna jump in now and just give you guys some numbers. If we spent the last election between 11 and 12 grand, let's just say all 45 candidates who ran because they got the postcard. That is awful bang for the buck. I mean, 11 grand for 45 candidates. I know for a fact almost all the candidates who ran did not run because they got the postcard. We have 3 living, breathing testimonies of people who ran for an expenditure of over $11,000. Now, Brandon made a really good point. There's an incredible time distance between run and vote. And nobody is going to keep that date in mind. If they're not running, they're voting. And if they're running, they're going to get people to vote. I personally got about 100 ballots into the hands of people. If in the over the 11,000, we had 375 returned ballots. And that was after Walking Man, mailing, Facebook ads, and we had a flyer inside the SCRA mailer. So 375 return ballots, that's $29 a ballot. Let's assume that all of the 45 candidates at least voted for themselves. That brought the per ballot return up to $33 that we spent for one ballot, for each ballot, $33. Now, I imagine the 45 candidates did better than one vote. Let's say the 45 candidates averaged 8 return ballots. That negates the whole $11,000. So although the word did get out, it's the same people who vote, the same people who voted in 2021, voted in the election before and voted in the election before. Very, very few new arrivals. I can't think of a worse way to spend $11,000 or $12,000 in putting something in the mail. I think it's an awful idea. And if we go forward with the concept of, well, let's just see if we need it, I can tell you that the creative end of outreach isn't going to do anything because they don't know if they're creating mailers or flyers. They're not going to go and create dual purpose. Remember, there's going to be work involved with outreach and the election committee. So all these flyer ideas of doing double-sided or doing one that works for the voting versus the running and doing multiple campaigns for flyers and for mailers, these are all good suggestions, but remember, there's going to be work. Our outreach chair quit in the middle of the process. Our new outreach chair is not here tonight because there's absolutely no reason for any creative work to begin until we decide if we're doing a mailing campaign. If we are, then we'll head in that direction. If we're not, we won't waste our time. So that's why we need the board to decide, are we going to mail it? There is no creative work to go forward until that is out of the way. That's what I'm trying to. The other stuff we passed earlier in the meeting, that was, these were small change items. If we were going in person and I couldn't find someone else to do the minutes or the videotaping, I don't think it's a fair comparison. This is completely different. And I hope we can vote to not do a mailer. I believe earlier on, Kim mentioned that Lorenzo said somewhere around $4,000 was a target, but it was completely up to the neighborhood council. So we're going to go triple for I think nothing. And look at our turnout. I mean, our website that we've had for almost this entire board is still non-functioning. None of the committees have utilized any training or posting on their modules. So we haven't been doing very much outreach. We have the farmers market events that nobody comes to help passing out the flyers. And now it's like, oh, we're just going to send out mailers and suddenly everyone's going to attend our meetings. Nobody comes. Nobody's come for 2 years. Our meetings are not well attended unless it's Sportsman's or Harvard Westlake. We've had for the previous administration and this one, sometimes single digits. Sometimes committees don't even have one member from the public, or it's just the gadflies. So I'd like you to think really hard about the mailer, and after it's approved, and if you do say yes, or even if you say no and it doesn't get approved, we need help. This is not something that's going to be handled just by the 2 committees, outreach and ad hoc election. So Kim and then Ira, sorry for that long speech.
No, thanks. It's just, you focus on just the amount of candidates you're talking about and the votes. I truly see this as a way to inform everybody in Studio City of us and what they can get from it, and invite them to come and join the committees and do what we can to get it in the hands of everybody. I think the election is just an excuse for it. 11,000 was even more than we've discussed whatsoever prior. We talked about 10,000. If I am correct, it is late, but and the 4 or 5 was at least a guidance of kind of because I was asking as a first time, many of us are first timers here and had no idea. So 4 or 5 was a thought, just so we had something to start with, but we have prior numbers, I think of 9, 10. I think 11 could be stretching it. We certainly could hone that in a little. But I absolutely think it's a great idea. I really do. I know people think it's antiquated, but I think it's a good thing just for the visibility for the people that we can reach that way. So again, the election is just an excuse. I don't think it has anything to do with, I think your numbers, Scott, are just not correct, because look at the 3 people you have here. Do you think the return on investment was good? There you go.
Well, I mean, I'm not putting a dollar value on you as people, just
I
as,
think we were worth the 10 grand. I think Studio City got their 10 grand out of the 3 of us who ran
so
on that.
remember, the price we have, and I'm reading from a screen grab. I don't have the actual document. It was refused to be sent to me, but this was a 5x7 postcard to 20,000 residents, and that total was 8,334. 2 years ago, it was 25,000, and there are more today. I think that number is going to go up. Plus, it wasn't a 5x7; it was 12. It was a 5x12 or 8x12. It was gigantic. So we're going to be well over $11,000 just for mailing postcards that attracted these 3 fantastic board members. Then we have to do the businesses, and then we have to do the flyer inserts, and then we have to also do Facebook ads and other ads. So I think we're going to be climbing even considerably above the 11,000. But we don't.
There are ways, even if it were double-sided flyers that got, apparently Minuteman walked a lot of things, places. They had people to disseminate this. You know, that may be a less expensive way to go. I personally, when I was running, printed things myself and within the law and what put them out there at houses and spoke to people. So, you know, there are ways to bring this in to rein in those costs. And I will shut up. It is late. I thank you all.
I don't think there are. We use Walking Man just for business. The Walking Man does not cover all of Studio City. We had to use postage. I mean, we have a very detailed binder from the previous election ad hoc chair, who was as thorough as anybody could be. And it was a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of money. And it was mostly all postage. And I was actually on the outreach committee during the last election. I was not on the board, but I was on the outreach committee. And it was a lot of work. Dean, go ahead.
Guys, I'm signing off, guys. I'm sorry. I've been had my hand up, so I hope there's enough after, but I have to leave now, guys.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we still have. Do we have 8 with Ira gone? Because we. Okay.
I think you do. Yeah, because I'm the 9th.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Can I mark my vote now, or do I have to actually be here?
No, you have to be here.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I have a domestic thing I have to take care of.
Okay. Dean, go ahead.
It seems like a dumb question, but why are we not using email? I mean, we can gather emails. There's databases. The Residents Association can help with emails. I don't understand. We can do emails, pound them weekly. The biggest expense is going to be inputting the database, depending how it's received. But you can hit people daily, weekly, whenever you want, with as much as you want. It's reusable. well, what are we doing going backwards here when we can be in front of people every other day? I mean, I'm like, what are we talking about?
Well,
This is silly.
Emails are great. They're essentially free. Our MailChimp does not have a very large email list.
I
What
mean,
is it, Brandon?
I can look at what the bid newsletter has. It's going to a lot of overlap. Happy to have Vicky provide it. I mean, it just seems ridiculous that we're gonna shoot for someone to hope that they see it in the mailbox when they can see it innumerable times, which it also addresses your issue of now and later.
Sure, it's really not an if either or. Emails are fine. It's my understanding that our email list can only be populated by those who subscribe. And we cannot.
We need to add to it for sure, but it's probably more effective with those that we have multiple times than trying to, throw paper in the wind.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's nothing saying we won't send out emails in our email list. It's a very small list.
I think the focus should be on growing the email list so that we can use it innumerable times and in the future, and that's
Sure.
where the focus should be.
Absolutely, but like I said, we can't take outside email lists and populate our email lists. It wasn't done at the previous election, and I believe somewhere in the binder it was discussed, and the email lists are not, these are people who subscribe. They have to actively click and subscribe to our email lists.
But we could have.
What's the difference if you're
bid, we
mailing
could have
to them? You have their
SCRA.
address. What is the difference?
Well, that's a fair question, but we're talking about, are we doing, so you're not in support of US postage mailers?
Correct. I'd rather put the money into building
Yeah.
a better mousetrap.
Right, well, sure. So the issue of how we do our outreach for the election is different. What we're talking about now is, are we willing to spend $11,000 for postage? The bit about dealing with our email list and other ways of sending stuff out, that will be taken up either in the outreach committee or the ad hoc of how
Probably you could reduce it to 5,000 or something. You have to modify. If you're going to go email, then you can modify your number. It's wasting money versus, trying to figure out how to get people, how to notify people, how to get them involved, and that's our issue, is where to spend the time and money.
Sure.
But money first. This motion's about money.
Exactly. Beefing up our email list to the 25,000 or plus households in Studio City is a whole other task. We want to reach as many people as possible. And our emails, the matrix we get from MailChimp, people aren't clicking the emails that are going out now. They're not opening links. They're not clicking. It's a very small. Yeah, I know you're shaking your head no, but it's yes.
Well, perhaps that needs to be examined too, but I think there's effective taglines, especially for something so critical, but we really need to figure it out. It's pretty crazy that we can't use email.
We have
effective email of sorts, or some kind of campaign.
Well,
Just
yes,
doesn't make
effective
sense.
email would be good for us in general, not
Yeah,
just
so
not just for the
might as well start with an election.
Well, yeah, sure.
And the mailer could tell them to go ahead and
Exactly.
sign up.
I mean, we don't even do that when we're at farmers market. We don't have people sign up for our website was incorrect for the last, I don't know how many years, telling people to sign up for our agendas, and they weren't getting them because it was not the correct way to get our agendas.
Just really quick, Scott.
Yeah, sure.
If I'm understanding Dean, he's not talking about our email list. Are you saying that we can contact the SCRA and have them send something out on their email list? We can have the bid send something out on your email list, using other people, and they're not gathering emails, but using other lists from other entities and having those entities send out the same flyer. So for instance, the SCRA through their email list can send out run for the Studio City Neighborhood Council election. It wouldn't go through us, it'd go through the SCRA. Is that what you're talking about, Dean?
If that's how it has to be, that's how it has to be.
Okay. I was just wanted to clarify it.
I'm
But-
certain that there will be traction there.
That happened in the last election. I think it was,
Yeah, it did. SCRA has done that for a while.
yeah. So, and we also had inserts that went through into the SCRA newsletter as well. That went through the mail. So SCRA was mailing stuff and we printed inserts to go into their mailer. So the US mail was still considered to be very effective. I mean, I know we're going on and on. The simple question is, you guys want to send stuff out by mail, US mail or not? It's the email is a whole other topic. The farmers market's another topic. These are all very cost effective or free. Next door, something that obviously will get people's attention. We've just started utilizing that. So
Let's vote.
I'd like to just, for budgeting purposes and creative purposes, because we're at a standstill, we have nothing. The filing, the candidate filing period begins before we're going to have anything ready. We're so far behind what other neighborhood councils are doing.
If it helps in people's minds, can we think of this as do we want to commit these funds to the outreach for the election? Or as some of us think, it can be used outreach for the board. Do we want to commit those funds to some sort of outreach like that? If somebody comes up with a better idea, we can bring it forward to the rest, I think, to change our minds. But do you want to commit those funds? I think is really what it boils down to, unless I'm wrong.
I think we're talking about a media mix right now. I think we're talking about, are we going digital or are we going USPS? Right? I mean,
that's the simple question. Are we going to postage pay for 25,000 plus mailers? And then we can, I mean, that's yes or no. I mean, let's just vote already on it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, we have nothing. We don't even have a flyer to put on a website. We're at a standstill.
Jonathan says, vote for the neighborhood council.
We don't have multiple designers standing by ready to do a multi-pronged campaign. That's not how this is going to work. We have some samples. If you want to look at the samples, that's a whole other.
So this is a vote for or against postage.
Correct. Dean, you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's from before.
Do we all understand what the question is and why we're asking the question? Because we have limited people, resources to design and implement an election campaign. It's February 15th. We have nothing. And the application period begins. We're not going to do multi-purpose planning for the mail and for simple flyers that get handed out. I mean, you all can join the ad hoc. Well, actually you can't. You can join the outreach committee. You can't join the ad hoc and all work on the multiple designs and concepts, but we have nothing. And I think we could utilize our limited resources, limited resources better if we had a focus. And that's what I'm trying to get. And if you all want to do the US mail, that's fine. We'll head in that direction. I have to start from scratch with the pricing.
So we're voting thumbs up or thumbs down on postage.
For an election campaign, yes.
So
I see it as including other advertisement.
It doesn't.
It worked last time. It worked last election. We just didn't get the bandwidth that we would have liked.
And it doesn't prevent us from still trying to do outreach. Committees can do outreach. You guys have web modules.
At $29 per vote, that's $29,000 per thousand on a CPM basis from an advertising standpoint. The Academy Awards are not $200, and we're talking 29,000. You could have your name emblazoned on Tom Brady's head for a lower cost per thousand than that.
I sincerely didn't think this would be much of a discussion. I thought when people realized how many ballots we got back versus how much money we spent, it would just be hell no.
Well, it's because we got Julie, Kim, and Brandon. That's part of the reason that completely screwed up your math.
Exactly. So, I mean,
all animals are not the same.
So if we're all clear and we know what we're voting on, I think we should vote.
Yeah, ready? Okay, so we're voting on item 16, Kim Clements.
Yes.
Dean Cutler.
I'm gonna vote yes for dollars and hope that our dollars go out appropriately.
Thank you. Fiona Duffy, absent. Rhonda Freed, absent. Ira Gold, left. Jeff Hartwick.
No.
Julie Houlihan.
Honestly, I'm torn because I think I'm going to end up voting no, because I don't think we have anybody that's actually going to make this situation happen, even though I believe in the concept.
Thank you. Scott Mandel.
No.
Chip Meehan.
Consistent with the last 40 years of my life when I was fighting against print advertising, I'm going to say no.
Brandon Marino.
Hell no.
Richard Nitterberg, absent. Rensoro, absent. Adele Slaughter, absent. Adam Summer, left. Alexa Steinberg, absent. Avi Velasco, no. Motion fails.
Which means we're not doing postage, which means we're going to have to go to personal appearances, digital, and relying on the kindness of strangers.
That would be for outreach. Motion fails. Scott.
Okay, where are we now? Are we on 13?
I think we just have public safety and that's it.
Well, we have public safety. We have number 15 above it. Why don't we do this? Why don't we, number 15 has priority because they actually voted on it today. It's going to be voted for reconsideration probably in a couple weeks.
Very good point.
So let's go ahead and get that in the hopper. And then the other two, let's table them and kick them over till the next meeting. That's what I recommend.
I'll second that. I'm tired and I have to get absorbed.
Okay, read 15.
All right. Who's got the screen thingy? Did was Ira doing that?
Ira was doing that. Oh, thank you, Brandon.
Oh, thank you. All right, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, supports Council File 23-4118-S2, title Designation of Prohibited Locations, Riverside Drive and 134 Freeway, North Hollywood, Red Orange Line Station, North and South Weddington Park, Vineland Avenue and 134 Freeway, etc. Council District 2, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 4118. Homeless encampments are again on the rise in and around Studio City, including at Riverside Drive and the 134 Freeway, Vineland and the it should be, I think, is it 134 Freeway, Tahunga and the 101 Freeway, and the Red Orange Line Station and South Weddington Park. Open drug use, fires, litter, unsanitary practices, sidewalk obstructions, and criminal activity is rife in these areas. Residents and stakeholders have complained about these unsafe and growing encampments and want more to be done. A 4118 special enforcement zone designation would prevent individuals from sitting, lying, sleeping, or storing, using, maintaining, or placing personal property or otherwise obstructing the public right of way. The SCNC applauds Councilmember Krikorian for introducing this important resolution that will give the LAPD an enforcement tool to deal with the service resistant. We hope that Councilmember Rahman also supports this 4118 designation to ensure that our residents, disabled persons, and children can safely travel through these troubled areas of Studio City. And I would like to make a slight amendment to include the phrase, "This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement CIS to Council File 23-4118-S2. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
Who's second that?
So basically, this was voted on today. I think you heard me allude to a discussion earlier about this particular motion. Councilman Krikorian's introduced it. He, of course, supported it. And then Nithya Raman voted against it. She's voted against every single 4118 designation in Studio City because she's philosophically, ideologically opposed to it, even though her stakeholders and the neighborhood council has unanimously supported these designations. So it's timely. Let's support Councilman Krikorian's motion. And so these areas are really intractable. They're problematic. They spill over into Toluca Lake. They're also looking into their neighborhood council to dealing with the situation as well. So I urge everyone to support this. Thank you.
Just a quick point of information. Who seconded it for Abby?
Yes.
I heard my voice. I don't know who else. I think someone else spoke as well.
I did, but Scott actually was.
It'll be Scott seconded it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Puppet, 1 minute about 4118 designations for CD2.
Yes, I attended this meeting. Yes, it's the one time the Armenian goat herder actually did the right thing. And thank you to that nice lady in CD11. Yes, Park. Yes, she looks like a real fighter for the goat puppet. Thank you. Yes, it's time to kick these fucking people to the curb. 4111 and everything is good. But now you know your councilwoman, she hates you. She hates your single family homes. She hates your nice clean cars. She hates all of you. She wants to turn your city into Mumbai, the gutter she came from. Well, she lives on top of the mountain with her 2 little punk kids and a housekeeper and a multi-million-dollar husband. What a fucking hypocrite cunt Nithya Raman Noodle is. She doesn't want this. That means what? We want it. Yes. So we will support it. And I will have to say this. Thank you, Paul Krikorian. Oh, God. I'm
Thank you,
sorry I
Stephen.
had to do it. I know it. Time for a drink.
Thank you. We can go down to the board. Any hands on this 4118? Comments, questions? Let's vote.
Item 15, King Clements,
Yes.
Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Fiona Duffy is absent, Brenda Freed, absent, Ira Golub, Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Jeet Meehan,
Yes.
Brandon Marino,
Yes.
Richard Nitterberg is absent, Rensoro is absent, Adele Slutter is absent, Adam Summers absent, Alexis Steinberg absent, Ava Velasco, yes. Motion passes.
Great, thank you. So we're all in agreement to adjourn and put these either at a special meeting or another meeting, or just tack them on to March.
Yeah, why don't we just tack them on to March and then, but give mine priority. That would be the
Yeah,
best.
then you would be, so who's offering that motion to adjourn?
I'd like to hit go to the order.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we will go to good of the order and then adjournment. Is someone motion that? We have to have a second. We have to go to public comment and we have,
I'll make a motion or I'll be the second, whatever. If you made the motion, Scott, I'll second it.
I'm not making it.
I'm making a motion that we go to good of the order and then adjourn.
Yes, thank you. I'll second.
Great. 1 minute. Goat.
Yes, and I think that we should start another thing at the end, the bad of the order. Yes, it will be reserved for 2 minutes for Goat Puppet after the good of the order, yes. To talk about the bad of the order. And we're going to air some grievances out here. So hold on to your hats. This is the part, as the Seinfeld committees used to say, this is the airing of the grievances. Yes, it should be very exciting. Stay tuned. We're only 23 minutes. 23 minutes from the record. Come on, people, we can do it. Let's get that new record. The longest meeting ever. We can do it. Come on. I second. Yes, that's good.
Thank you. Now we go to the board. How about absent any objections? We're going to adjourn after good of the order?
Oh.
Or do you want to go through the formality of calling the names? Fine, no objections. So item 17, good of the order. Brief comments from board members on items not on the agenda. Kim, go ahead.
Twice now, you told me that Luminaria discussion would be on the agenda. And it was a hot topic in good of the order last time. You told me it'd be on there and it was not, perhaps bumped due to length. Would you please put it on the next agenda to discuss Luminaria? Several of us thought this was important.
Did you happen to catch what happened in cultural affairs?
No, honestly, I didn't. I still think it's important for the board to discuss it. I will look at that certainly before.
Sure. Any other good of the orders? Out of the abundance of caution, since we discussed. Puppet, you have 1 minute on good of the order and then we'll adjourn.
Yes. Yes, they did talk about it. You'll see it on the agenda. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it. I was meeting with my associates regarding the price of grain. But go back there and look, and you'll see it. So this is now the third longest meeting ever in SCNC history. Well done. And Brandon voted against his very own motion for the good of the order and the good of the SCNC. Look at the sacrifice that he made. You could learn from that. Remember, compromise is the king of political success. That was beautiful. Yes. So I make a motion to adjourn from the floor.
Thank you. Now we're going to item 18. Richard Niederberg, who's not here tonight, and he's not here because meetings have run long before and people talk too much. He's not here for other reasons. He requested that the adjournment be in memory of P22, and he had a few words to say. I don't know what those words are. So thank you all for attending. Thank you to the two attendees and the public for sticking it out. And the board members for keeping a quorum and hanging in there. It was we got a lot accomplished. And thank you all. Ending adjourning the meeting at 11:40 p.m. Good night.
Good night.